Alright, I think we're finally ready to start, so I'm going to go ahead and make a couple of adjustments. There we go. Readjust the desktop volume, adding a YouTube marker, and let us begin. Once more, now shall we? I heard a bang. Just making sure everything's okay. Which I'm sure it is. Hello, Jack Price Burns. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. You're just in time for more Star Fox Adventures retro achievement hunting, so let's get to it. Hello everybody, this is General Snivy, and welcome back to more of the Star Fox Adventures retro achievements playthrough. Last time we did a lot of stuff over the span of 5 hours. We recovered and returned, I think 2 more spellstones? Then again, I think it was actually 1 more spellstone we recovered and returned as well. And after we did that, we ended up getting trapped within Lightfoot Village for a little bit, but thankfully it wasn't too long. And we were able to get free thanks to the help of a friendly cloud runner who just happened to be flying nearby and saw that we were in trouble, so what do you know? He decided to help us out thanks to the fact that we helped out their queen and freed Cloud Runner Fortress. After that, we also got our hands on another Krazoa Spirit, which is why we have that little icon on top of the screen, and also the reason why Fox's eyes are currently purple. So in today's session, we're not only going to be returning the Krazoa Spirit and continuing on with the game, but we'll also be collecting more retro achievements along the way. And as you can see, the reason why I'm playing with Tricky right now is, of course, I am grinding for another achievement that is one of the more time-consuming and debatably boring ones, which is you have to play with Tricky enough until he eventually transforms into the correct color palette to make the achievement pop up. And there it is! Speak of the devil, and they shall appear! Ha! Here we go, folks. The original Prince Earthwalker. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go! At this point now, we're done playing with Tricky. Unless we just feel like doing it for fun. Excuse me. I originally planned on doing another sort of drawing stream this week, but unfortunately I couldn't quite get around to doing it because I was quite the busy bee. What can I say? Life happens. Now I feel like I'm getting the hiccups. And not too sure how I feel about that. Anywho, before we head on off to the Krazoa Palace to return the Krazoa Spirit to where it belongs, I think I have a few cheat tokens I need to drop off. I didn't really look through my inventory, but I'm pretty certain I have some. And by the way, you can easily exit out of here just by means of either going back the way you came or just using one of the many teleporters around here. Even so, just saying. Let's take a look. Yep, looks like I got 1 cheat token. Well, one's better than none. I haven't really mentioned this yet, but as you can tell, Tricky is not allowed to enter the maze. And I think it's pretty obvious why that is. He would get lost nearly instantly. I mean, if he fails to track us via a frickin' blizzard, then yeah. What's to say he wouldn't get lost while we're exploring a maze? Like an amazing maze, you know what I mean? And to be fair with me as well, it's not like I fully memorized this maze, so... The well looks into your future. A friend who has left still cares about you. The bond of your friendship still remains. He will soon appear before you. And you should accept him with all of your heart. Oh, and by the way, that friend I haven't really mentioned this the entire playthrough. That person is Falco. You might have noticed that he's not exactly on the Great Fox or really anywhere to be seen. And from what I've read in the manual as a kid, or even from what I recall reading online, Falco and the rest of the Star Fox team got into a bit of an argument and a disagreement, and so Falco just went off on his own. And as a result, he just became his own mercenary. But who's to say whether or not he'll return? I think that fortune is a pretty good indicator. Either way, time to head on off to the Krazoa Palace and return this Krazoa Spirit. If you want to know what my honest thoughts are when it came to Falco departing the Star Fox team, I mean, he is a fully grown adult. He can do whatever he wants. He's his own man, after all. And personally, he prefers the air. But anyway. How are you folks doing today? For those of you who have just joined in, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. And for those who are here right now, I hope you're enjoying the show. So in terms of what we need to do here for this trip within the Krazoa Palace, as far as I know, I believe there is a door we need to use the Sharp Claw disguise for in order to open it. Okay, I don't think this is the right floor. Yeah, clearly it is not. Oh well, it is what it is. No biggie. We can just take the fans and go right back up again. Thankfully, getting lost in the Krazoa Palace is not really much of a factor. And if you happen to have the map for this place, then that makes things even better for you. Just makes overall navigation much easier. Especially if you bought every single map early on during your adventure. Which is really easy to do, might I add. There we go. And just like that, we're already done. Take me, sweet death! Just kidding. It's not time to depart yet. We still got much to do here. But there we go. That's another Krazoa Spirit return to the Krazoa Palace. That makes Krazoa Spirit number 2? Yeah, I think it is number 2. Oh, my back. Ooh, boy. Gotta say, that was a pretty quick trip. Now then. Time to get ready for the next big thing. Whoa, looks like this young lady's in quite a lot of distress. What's going on?
My eggs! They're stealing my eggs! Please help!
Of course. I'll take care of it right away. Okay, so when it comes to this, this is going to be a fun minigame. So as you can see, we need to defend these eggs from being stolen by whatever the hell these things are. They crawl across the ground and they're kind of creepy. They kind of act like worms. And also you may notice that the staff here is glowing. That means that there's a secret around here. And if you want to unlock said secret, also get away from me, you jerkwad. We need to successfully defend all of the eggs here, and I think if a single one gets stolen, then you lose. And as time goes on, more and more of these creatures will spawn, and it's pretty easy to get overwhelmed very quickly. So try to prioritize the ones in which are successfully stealing the eggs. Another thing worth mentioning too is that you can't lock onto these guys whatsoever. If they do pick up an egg and start making their way back, you can whack them to make them drop the egg and it'll roll right back down to the nest. Oh my god, hit him! And also these hitboxes, Wow, they are janky. They are very, very janky. But thankfully, it's not the worst thing in the world. All you have to do is just get right up in their face and just give them a smack upside the head and be like, no! Bad dinosaur. Be it. Leave them be. All done.
You have saved my eggs from those evil creatures. Please let me repay you.
Sounds good.
I believe inside there's something that you seek.
Sounds interesting. And also, this cave will not appear until after the minigame is cleared. Groundquake is super helpful here. You know, I never really thought about using Groundquake whatsoever in this minigame, so... Whoops! But there we go. Time to unlock another ability that we won't really be utilizing all that much. We have collected the portal device. Kind of a weird name for an ability attached to a staff, but whatever. By using this power combined with your staff, you can open the portal doorways. There's only a couple of instances in the entire game of which this ability is used. So, yeah, that kind of blows, but even so, it is what it is. Is something going on out there?
Tricky, I have a message from your mother. You must go to her immediately.
Alright, well, thank you for the info, young lady. We'll definitely keep that in mind. Now, I want to see if I can find some sort of possible way to get to those frickin' fuel cells that have been taunting me since the very beginning of the game. Now that we have a good majority of our abilities here, in fact, I think we have just about all of them. There's going to be one more ability, as far as I know, that we're going to be collecting in just a short while. But again, I just want to see if there's any other secret around here that I can get. What's up, Tricky? Is there something here? There's something near. I mean, if Tricky has a question mark over top of his head, that seems to indicate that, yes, indeed, there is a secret. But then again, maybe it was that very secret I jumped into not that long ago. Let's not worry about it. Let's just keep moving along. Excuse me. Again, I really wish I could figure out some way to get down to those freaking fuel cells that are just taunting me down here. Gotta love Tricky's random teleportation jutsu. Let's take a looky here. No, doesn't look like there's anything here, which is unfortunate. And you would think that the map would come in real handy here, but as far as I can tell, there doesn't appear to be anything going on here, which is really, really strange. Hey, you have anything to say? Of course not. You think it's the waterfall? Okay, I'll go ahead and investigate there. You know, a lot of video games tell you to check out what's behind the waterfall. Yes, you're right! Wow, why didn't I think of this before? Whoops. I could have gotten this a hell of a lot earlier, but I digress. There we go. Much better. Thank you for the tip, Jack. I really appreciate it. And that is 4 more fuel cells added to the collection. And I think that's all the fuel cells here within Thorntail Hollow, which is insane. Gotta say, that's pretty dang sweet, if I do say so myself. Definitely a very big fan of that. Now then, before we go and see Tricky's mother and see what she has to say, just wanted to take a quick comb around here, and it doesn't look like there's much of anything to worry about. Just good. Very, very good.
Wait up, Fox!
What are you talking about? We're right here. You're right up my booty.
It's so nice to see you both. But I have some bad news. Son, your father has been taken prisoner within the walled city.
Is he okay? Fox! We've got to help him. Quick!
He's right, Queen. Point us in the direction of the gatekeeper and we'll rescue him.
I wish it were that simple. You see, Tricky's father is the gatekeeper.
Oh boy.
Dad's a gatekeeper?
No, that's all we need.
Yes, and a wise one at that. When Scales came to our land, your father knew that the Sharpclaws would come for him, and so he hid his gatekeeper powers behind this sacred seal. I'm sorry, but I cannot break the seal. Maybe you might have some idea.
Nice grammar. But, yeah, considering that we just recently picked up a portal device, might as well go ahead and give it a whirl. Now we're thinking with portals. Ooh, mystical and pretty. Although that does beg the question, how is it that Tricky's father was even able to do that? I mean, no other gatekeeper is able to do that as far as I know.
Take care of my son, Fox.
Is that really all you have to say, young lady?
Please, take care of my son.
I'll take that as a yes. That is all she says. Alright! Well, now that that's taken care of, it's time to head on off to the Walled City. The Walled City in the merry old land of Oz. I'm gonna go ahead and save the game just in case. Alright, let's head on off. As far as how many fuel cells are required in order to enter the Walled City, if I have to make a guess, and as far as I can recall from watching a documentary recently, it costs roughly, I think, 10 fuel cells? Considering it's the second to last area that's floating in space, that would make the most sense to me. And of course, I'm going to save one more time because there is another achievement we can get here within the Walled City. Or just before there.
This is dangerous ground, Fox. Walled City was once the Earthwalkers' home, but it's been overrun by the deadly Red-Eye tribe. General Scales has imprisoned the King Earthwalker within its walls. You must rescue the king and find that spellstone. Hurry, Fox. Those nasty beasts are mighty hungry. Let me out.
Sounds good. Let's get to it.
Fly through 7 gold rings to open the gatekeeper's force field.
This is going to be a tough one, considering that you could only miss up to 3 gold rings. And this is a pretty long trip. This is a pretty long one, so strap yourselves in, because we're going to be in for quite a ride. Also, don't be surprised if I end up going down at some point during our first trip here. You know, it would be real handy if I could lock on to enemies right now. Okay, that's another, ouch. Nice. Okay, so far so good, not too bad. Did I miss a gold ring? Yes, I did. I missed a gold ring. Well, that stinks. Well, that sucks. That's fine. We can just land and just fly right on back into the Walled City. It's honestly not that hard. Just again, I don't know where the heck I missed the gold ring. How many did I get? I think it was 9. Well, one thing's for sure, we're going to return to orbit and we're going to take care of this now. I figure we might as well go ahead and do this just so that way we can try to get this achievement and get it done and out the way. Jeez. Question is, where the hell is it? Alright, let's give it another go.
Fly through 7 gold rings to open the gatekeeper's force field.
At least we'll be able to enter in another high score, so that's cool, I guess. Alright, pretty good shot. And I immediately missed a gold ring. I know I saved just before starting our first route through there. The thing about the save data for the Walled City, or really any sort of R-Wing section, is that your high score is saved to your overall data, and it's not necessarily attached to any individual save file. So, even if you do happen to erase your save file, so long as you have save data attached to the memory card and whatnot, then you'll be able to continue to set high scores. So, in other words, if you overwrite, say, files 1, 2, and 3, and... Okay, I don't quite recall what I was trying to say here, but my point is, it's saved to overall save data when it comes to your high scores. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, this is the one I missed. Clever little sneak. There we go. All done.
The force field is down. Safe you to land. Slippy out.
Whew, there we go. Sweet. Okay, I guess I was wrong about the whole save thing. So long as you've saved your progress in between attempts. So long as you save your progress in between attempts, then it is saved to your overall data. Well, that took a little bit longer than I would have liked, but you know what? I'll gladly take it. What can I say? To Uranus! Haha! Just kidding. Hello there, good sir.
Our king is being held within the temple.
Thank you for communicating via your mind. What's up with that? Also, if you're wondering how exactly we go about rescuing the king of Hyrule, aka King Earthwalker, you may have noticed that some trees happen to have switches on them, which we need to use the Fire Blaster for. Oh, hello.
Fine.
Pick this up for me, please. Nice one. Thanks, Tricky. Just too bad we can't utilize it, but alas, you did good, boy. You did good. So if you're wondering which trees happen to have switches on them, which you need to use the Fire Blaster for, take a look around. If you happen to see an Earthwalker just hanging out and about for whatever reason, then there's a pretty good chance that you'll find a switch there. Speaking of finding things, we have ourselves some gigantic T-Rexes that are not exactly the friendliest of folks around here. And unfortunately, we can't deal with them right now. However, there is still something that we can do around here. So, if you happen to see a red eye, try to avoid them as much as you possibly can. Oh, really? You can't go any slower, could you, buddy? Also, if you're wondering what we're doing now, I'm trying to get through the temple and reach the other side so I can have Tricky light the torch ablaze. If you happen to run out of time, then well, you're gonna have to do the whole sprint all over again.
Flame!
Come on, buddy. Burn it. Thank you. And yes, you do need to complete both of these little trials in order to progress forward. So not only do you have to find the hidden switches within the trees, as if you were the Lorax, but you also have to light up those sun and moon torches along the way. Thankfully, doing those sprints really isn't that hard. It's just a bit time-consuming because you have to run so far. Also, the bridge is out! Oh no, what are we going to do? Oh! Believe it or not, for whatever bizarre reason, the bridge magically gets fixed after we complete the first set of trials. But it doesn't mean that we can't just run around and... Also, how the hell did I not feed you? Oh, right, I forgot. I used the flame command in order to complete the one trial. Also, you may notice that there's a bit of a life force gate up there. You may be wondering, what enemies around here need to be destroyed? Well, if it wasn't obvious, those T-Rexes that are roaming around the streets as if they were a frickin' boss? Well, yeah. We need to take those guys down. But how do we go about doing that? Well, unfortunately, our current moveset is not good enough to take these guys out. Not yet. However, there will be a way for us to deal with this. How the hell did that miss? Again, I would really love to be able to deal with these guys right now, but unfortunately, we can't. So yeah, the only thing we can do when it comes to the Red Eyes, and no, I'm not talking about the Red Eyes Black Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! The only thing we can do is run, 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 like the little cowardly fox we are. Thankfully, these Red Eyes won't chase us very far. And another thing worth mentioning too is that despite the fact that they look big, mean, and scary, and not pink, they don't deal a whole lot of damage if they happen to catch you. It's strange. I think they only deal like half a unit of energy worth of health. So, in other words, they kind of act like a regular enemy. Why? I mean, they're big, they're scary, and they're quite ferocious.
Flame!
Alright, come on, Tricky. Thank you. Whew, that took a little bit, but thankfully not too long. Alright. Do you really have to assert your dominance, my dude? This isn't Pokemon Legends ZA, okay? You don't need to assert your dominance and announce to the world that you are here as if you were frickin' All Might from My Hero Academia. Okay? Okay. I get it. You're big, you're mean, you're scary. Even as a kid, I wasn't scared of these guys whatsoever. As crazy as that sounds, it's true. They never scared me. Hello, good sir. Good to see you.
Dad, you're okay.
Tricky, my son. You don't have to worry about me. I am the king.
The king of the forest?
Ah, the famous Star Fox. Hero of Dinosaur Planet.
Yeah. That's me.
And before you ask, no, I haven't got the Spellstone, but I do know where you could look. To enter the lair of the Red-Eye King, you must first find the two sacred teeth. Not an easy task, as they are protected by the very life force of the Red-Eye tribe. Locate the magic cave. The answer lies within.
How the hell did that bridge get fixed nearly instantaneously upon talking to you?
Locate the magic cave. The answer lies within.
And why are you communicating with your mind rather than your mouth? I mean, hello? I don't understand. Sometimes the characters move their mouths when they're talking, and other times they do not. What's up with that? What's up with that is anyone's guess.
Look for other Earthwalkers. They will guide you on your quest.
Sure thing, although you sound like you need a bit of a cough drop. Why not suck on one of those for a while? Trust me, they help. Especially if you buy something along the lines of, Halls? Yeah, the Halls cough drops. Tricky, hello, where are you? Of all times to not use your flying Raijin jutsu, why now? Hello? Are you stuck in the tree? Come on, let's go. Why are you just standing there? Come on!
Wait up, Fox! Fine.
Dude, I told you to come to me. Like, multiple times. What's up with you? Are you going through an episode right now? Well, another Batham dad which I can't use. I really wish you could carry way more than 10, because... Oh, I don't know, there's way more than 10 of them throughout the entire game.
Flame.
Also, if you couldn't tell, we're going to be utilizing Tricky quite a lot here. So that's something to keep in mind. Hope you have plenty of grub tubs on you. Otherwise, things are going to get kind of messy. There we go. Gonna need another one of these. Thankfully, there's another bomb spore plant nearby. So if we need to pick up more of these things, which I'm probably going to end up doing anyway, then we can pick up a few more. That's what I'm trying to say here. There we go. Say hello to our final ability in the game. And it's the only one that gets an upgrade, which is the Super Groundquake. With its upgraded powers, the Groundquake will now knock over even larger bad guys. Okay, we already know how to use it. Bada bing, bada boom. We good. Okay. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. See y'all next week. JK. But yeah, the only purpose of which the Super Groundquake has is to knock down the members of the Red-Eye tribe. Seriously, that's its only use. Sure, you can still use the ability outside of that particular scenario, but really, there's no other use for the ability. It's just an upgrade. And you want to know something even crazier? I know I brought up that I watched a documentary of or more or less a speedrunning documentary of Star Fox Adventures not too long ago. And speedrunners, or really a lot of people kind of wondered, is what if you skipped the regular Groundquake ability and just went for the Super Groundquake? Well, the thing with that, if you tried to do that, is even though, yeah, you will be able to have the ability in your inventory, you would not be allowed to use it until you get the regular Groundquake. Which is crazy if you think about it. Oh, okay. Another Batham dad. Also, one thing I never really understood is why is it that there are certain boxes of which you can only pick up and interact with while you're in disguise? What's up with that? I really do not understand. Also, speaking of disguises, as far as I can think of, like using logic here,
The secret of the river can be found amongst the leaves.
Thank you for the advice. But anyway, back to what I was saying, though. There we go. I don't think the disguise can fool the Red-Eye tribe at all. And I think it's pretty obvious why. Because the Red-Eye tribe are big, mean, scary folks that want to ruin everyone's day. And yeah, that does kind of stink. it stinks to high heaven. Now, there's one more switch we need to find around here. As far as how we're going to go about getting there, that is the million-dollar question. Also, I didn't think that drop was that extreme, but here we are. I really wish I could do something with these scarabs, but I'm sure we'll be able to do something with them soon enough. In fact, as far as I know, there is one more scarab bag that we're going to be able to get our hands on, and it'll be one which will be able to carry a lot more scarabs. There is one other thing I haven't really mentioned when it comes to the Super Groundquake, and that is, from what I've noticed, it has a much longer charge time than that of the standard Groundquake. Why that is, I don't know. What that world record history video by Zach? I think it was. I'm not 100% certain. But it's the one that went over the world record history of, like, any percent. By the way, once you happen to take down a red eye or force them to the ground, you don't need to worry about performing CPR on them because, well, there's no need to, for one thing. Two, once you take them down, start blasting them with the fire blaster. And that's what you get for asserting your dominance like a frickin' idiot. Good job. Now, I wonder if Tricky could potentially kill one of these red eyes. That's something worth trying. Of course that missed. Dang it all. Hello, over here, Mr. Dino. Burn him! I said burn him, dang it! Well, I mean, it sort of worked. Just the timing was off. There you go. Good job. Not the most efficient way of taking out a red eye, but you know what? I thought it was fitting.
I'm stuck.
Nice job, Tricky. You're the best. No matter what people say, we can never stop hating you. We'll never hate you. That's what I was trying to say here. But yeah, when it came to, like, the biggest discovery for any percent, which is void swimming, that was pretty nuts. Like, being able to utilize certain mechanics to get out of bounds, jump off a freaking mountain cliff, land on a future part of the level, then jump off again, land in some water, and start swimming until you reach your destination. Which is absolutely nuts. Even crazier is that, from what I've learned in that documentary, every single map in the game is loaded. Like, every single one. Including the Krazoa shrines, which is absolutely insane. Okay, at this point now, there's one more switch we need to find and hit. As far as where that one is, that is the million-dollar question. Hello, Meatoid! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, glad you can make it. Anywho, you're just in time for me to search around for the last switch I need to shoot before we can move on. Hopefully it doesn't take me too long to find this stupid thing. Let's see. Nothing in that tree as far as I can see. Then again, these switches are pretty well hidden. And from what I'm able to tell, the first three you can find by searching for earth blockers that happen to be nearby the trees. Let's see here. Anything else? Nothing around there. Okay, here we go. There's the last one we were looking for. Alright, what do you have to say, good sir?
The most difficult task lies within the temple.
Thank you for the info. Much appreciated. There we go. Alright. Now with that trial finally cleared, we can finally start another major trial relatively shortly. Let's lay this down first. I'm kind of surprised that hit. Anything in here of value? Just a bath from Dad. And some more health that we don't really need right now. We're perfectly fine. Honestly, this game is pretty dang easy, and it's not often you'll find yourself in serious danger to the point that you die. And even if you do die, you can choose to not use a bath from Dad and just respawn. That is something you could do, but would I recommend it? Not 100%, but even so. Now then, when it comes to this trial, in order to start it, you first need to find the 4 hidden switches guarded by the Earthwalkers and shoot the switches in the trees. Once you do that, then this series of rings will start spawning in. And you need to be quick because you're under a pretty strict time limit. Thankfully, you do gain additional time every time you pass through one of these rings. And you can use the water's current in order to help push you along just a little bit faster. Just keep in mind, though, that the current is pretty dang strong, and if you happen to miss a single ring, then, well, you're going to have to start over. And it's a pretty long way to get back to where you need to be. So, be prepared to roll around at the speed of sound. Trust me. It's definitely something. Okay, 15 seconds left for the next ring. And let me say this as well, the time limit here is pretty dang tight. Alright. And done, with 5 seconds left to spare. First try. To be honest, even as a kid, I didn't really find that particular task all that difficult. Even now as an adult, it really isn't that bad. Anywho, we have ourselves the Silver Red-Eye Tooth. And that's all there is to it. It is one of the 2 teeth of which we need. The other tooths, in order to get that one, you first need to defeat all the Red Eyes that are surrounding the main temple within the walled city. And after you do that, then the Life Force Gate will disappear, and then you can just run up to the chest of which is holding the tooth, and bada bing bada boom, Bob's your uncle! And it's pretty dang simple, all things considered. Whew. There is one other thing I haven't really mentioned yet, and that is, unlike all other enemies in the game, the Red Eyes of which were roaming around here, A, they do not respawn, although I probably mentioned that already, but it's worth reiterating, and B, they don't have a health bar. You just have to keep blasting them until they vanish. So knock them down and then call them Fanny, and once you do that, then you start blasting like you're Danny DeVito. Sure, I could have picked this up a little bit earlier, but the reason why I didn't do so until now is because, well, I was searching for those switches. What can I say? Ow! Kind of a steeper drop than I thought, but alas, it is what it is. Oh, and by the way, this upcoming boss fight has another missable achievement. So this is going to be interesting. Hopefully we'll be able to get it on the first try. That would be pretty sweet. But either way, we got some work to do. And of course, before I take on the next boss, we will of course be saving progress just before. So that way, if I end up messing up, then I can reload and do the boss fight again. And there we go.
The sacred teeth must be returned.
What do you think I just did, huh?
The sacred teeth must be returned.
Oh my god.
Wait for me!
You're right there, Tricky, and it's not like I'm traveling to Saturn. No way, man. Alright. Time to take on the next boss. And we have ourselves another retro achievement opportunity, so this is going to be fun. Oh boy, here he comes! Say hello to King Red-Eye! Also, you gotta love them stutters. I think that's more of an issue with Dolphin, if anything. So, anyway, this boss fight is a rather unique one because unlike the other ones in which we kind of had to use force in order to make our way through, this one we need to use our brains. Okay, I'm gonna need to... Okay, screw it, run now. So anyway, what we need to do here is, it's pretty dang simple. We need to first lower one of these gates, and it's not that one. You first need to lower a gate, drop a bomb, then after you do that, then you need to shock Red Eyes. Or shock King Red Eyes. Do what you need to do. Once you do that, then you'll be golden. Also, if you couldn't tell, there are a few cubby holes you can jump into in order to protect yourself. Because if King Red Eye happens to catch you, like right here, then you're going to be in a world of hurt. Well, that sucked. Okay, this is fine. So, for this missable trophy, what you need to do is, not only do you need to defeat King Red-Eye, but you also cannot knock him down any more than 4 times over the course of the entire fight. Alright, come on, let's go! Okay, good. That's the first hit. Once you throw a barrel at him, what you will need to do is take cover. You need to find a cubbyhole to take cover and wait for him to pass. Once you do just that, then it's on to the next part of the fight. And also, the more panels that you use, the less you'll have to work with overall. So be sure to keep this in mind. Another thing worth mentioning too is for whatever bizarre reason, if Red Eyes is stomping around, you can't pull out your staff. One more thing worth mentioning too, if you couldn't tell, you need to time your button presses just right. If you don't do that, then Red Eyes is going to be in a load of trouble. He's going to be trouble. Just going to say it right now. But yeah, this is a pretty clever puzzle. You just need to utilize your environment to its fullest. Okay, there we go. Also, there are a few baskets that you can find hanging around here, so if you need to recover health, then they're right there. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Great job. Nice. Well, that's fine. And also, if you couldn't tell, King Red Eyes will deal 1 full unit of energy. So if you happen to take too many hits, then yeah, it's a bit of a problem. And hello, Super Colex, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. You're just in time for the boss fight against King Red Eyes. There we go. Right in the face. Alright, that's 3 hits so far. Now, as far as the last hit is concerned, this one's going to be the most important one, because what you're going to need to do is you need to time it just right to not only shock King Red Eyes, but you also need to hit him with the barrel one last time, and then after that, then the fight is won. And also, if you couldn't tell, as the fight goes on, you'll have less panels to work with. And the only ones that will light up are ones that are currently active. I'm surprised that worked! Kamikaze for the win! Ha ha! Gotta say. Also, if you couldn't tell, I did put in a few more memes for my quote-unquote soundboard. Oh, baby! Damn, son! That shit's gotta hurt. Right in the kisser. There we go! We're done here! That was easy. Like I said, another pretty clever fight. Very happy with that.
Dad, look what we've got.
Well done. You have both made me very proud. Do not worry, son. I will stay within the city until it is returned to the planet. I will see you again soon. Now let's waste no more time. You have a spell stone to take to the volcano.
That I do.
Fox, you and Tricky must fly back to the planet and return the spell stone.
That I will, my dude.
Fox, you and Tricky must fly back to the planet and return the spell stone.
Kind of funny how Tricky was like, where are we going? We're going back to Dinosaur Planet, my dude. That's where we're going. Where'd you think I was going? To Uranus? And yes, it is indeed a planet. Alright. I was kind of expecting that to take a couple of attempts when it came to the Red Eyes boss fight, but hey, at least we were able to get it done in one go, and that makes me a very happy man.
The King Earthwalker is very grateful, Fox. You saved him from those blood-crazed Red Eyes. Take this spellstone to the volcano 4th point. It will close the seal at the volcano, and you will be one step closer to bringing the planet back together. Get to it, Fox. You know the way. Pepper out.
And I do. Let's get to it. Let's return to Dinosaur Planet. Excuse me. Maybe we'll be able to get a new high score. Let's find out. Again, I really wish I could skip these flying sections if we completed them once before, but alas, we'll have to wait and see if this game ends up ever getting a proper remaster. But considering that this game was developed by Rare and not anyone else, the odds of that happening are pretty low. Ooh, pretty sweet. Okay, so far so good. Well, that wasn't a very good use of the smart bomb. Oh well, it's fine. Excuse me. Gotta love that phlegm, am I right? Not bad. Not bad at all. Hell yeah.
The force field is down.
Another good score, I think.
Slippy out.
Oh yeah, 1675. Not bad. Not bad at all. That's the best one yet. I like that. I wonder what the world record high score is for that. At least according to Retro Achievements. That's something I kind of wonder. But we'll worry about that later. Now then, time to get moving. Now, shall we? I'm with you there, Tricky. I'm really happy with the fact that we're making such great progress right now. And we're only a little over an hour in today's session, which is even crazier. I feel like at this point in the game, this is when things start to get rushed forward to the finish line. Some of you may not know this, but Star Fox Adventures has a rushed development, or it had a rushed development. Like, the beginning parts of the game are much more fleshed out than that of Endgame, or even the midway point, because of the fact that this was originally a Nintendo 64 game, and then it later was made into a quote-unquote Star Fox game, and thus the title had to be changed from Star Fox Adventure, or from Dinosaur Planet, to Star Fox Adventures. And yeah, it was quite an interesting development. But regardless of the way it went in terms of development, I will say that the final product turned out incredibly well, in my opinion. And it's definitely one of the better Star Fox games to have ever been released, in my opinion. Some people may not like that because, well, it's not like any other Star Fox game, and that's kind of the point. This isn't supposed to be like every other Star Fox game in the series, where you're flying around from area to area in a linear fashion. No, there's definitely a lot more going on. Excuse me. You're contributing to the decompilation project for this game. The code is a mess, so much cut content and old code from Dinosaur Planet, but yeah, despite its flaws. Cool. I'm glad that you feel the same as I do, and also I'm glad to see that you're one of the people who is working on decompiling this game to make a native PC port. But yeah, that would be pretty interesting to see if the PC port for this game finally comes to fruition. And upon doing that, maybe, just maybe, you guys will be able to restore the lost content. You found an online animated school last night called Laminate. $999. Ridiculous. Yeah, I know, right? How do you expect to pay for something like that? Who do you think you are, Bill Gates? Or Steve Jobs? One of those people? Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. Also, if you're wondering why is it I'm going this way, I'm just checking to make sure that I didn't miss any fuel cells around here. Because knowing me and my dumb luck, I might have missed something without even realizing. Also, I didn't realize there was a spot where I could plant one of these things. Alright, might as well go ahead and utilize the Super Groundquake. Oh, gotta love cutscene land, interrupting the attack. And also wasting magic as a result of that, too, which is unfortunate. And as far as I know, using the Super Groundquake not only has a longer charge time, but it also consumes more mana as well. But for whatever reason, it doesn't deal any additional damage. At least against these enemies. Maybe against the more regular grunts that you would see roaming around Dinosaur Planet, aka the Shark Claw. Maybe. Maybe it'll deal more damage to them? Hell, maybe it will chop off a chunk of their health upon them landing on their behinds. That would be pretty neat. But I never really utilized it to do that, because the Freeze Blaster exists, or the Freeze Blast, rather. That exists, and it works really well. And it's excellent for crowd control as well. So basically, It is a much better version of Groundquake, except it can't strike the ground and make everything shake oh so violently, you know? No way, you stupid bird. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything else around here I need to worry about. Except you. You just have to be right freaking there at the top of the frickin' mountain. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything else here. I do remember getting the cheat token around here, though. Yeah, last time I was here, I do remember picking up the cheat token. Again, better to check and better to be safe than sorry. You wanted to try out that program, but once you found out about the price, it made you sick to your stomach. Oof. Ooh, what'd you find, Tricky? What did you find? You're saying there's something around here, right? Then again, maybe it was closer to where the cheat token was. Interesting. Also, if you try to go back to any of the Krazoa shrines that you've cleared previously, it will not let you in. Like, there's no prompt, there's nothing there whatsoever. You just can't enter. Makes sense. Okay, drop, please. Drop, please. God, Fox, why can't you just jump? I mean, hello, you're frickin' Star Fox. You're supposed to jump to the stars. Is it really that hard to do? Do I want to know something, whether you heard a character say that you might make you sick? You imagine them going to the toilet and throwing up. Ain't that the truth? We've had those feelings once in a while. Myself included. What time is it? The reason why I mentioned that at that particular moment in time is that recently I pulled my sciatica in my right hip. And it's been really painful to deal with over the past few days. Yesterday was the worst of it. Thankfully, I am getting some relief today. But I don't know how I pulled my sciatica again. But when it happens, oh dear lord, I hate it. I hate it and I want that freaking thing gone! Seriously, I absolutely hate it whenever... Okay. I thought the game crashed. That would have been bad. Granted, I know I saved not too long ago, but still. I think what happened, and the reason why it stuttered like that, was because it was working on loading in the textures for the Volcano Force Point Temple. That's my guess. And there we go. All the fuel cells for that location. Speaking of high prices, we're not quite sure what inflation is like in my state, but I hope I'm doing well with it. As far as we're able to tell, it seems to be about the same here in Pennsylvania in comparison to, like, Maine. In other words, it's not the worst, but it's manageable as of right now. Volcano Force Point is super buggy, lots of memory issues in the area. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe that's why the game was stuttering. But then again, I am playing this via Dolphin as well, and it's not exactly perfect. I mean, it's serviceable, it works well enough, and you're able to play the game from start to finish, and you have very little glitches along the way. One glitch that is pretty prominent is that there are some sound effects or even voice lines that are outright missing. Such as during your first trip to the Krazoa Palace. That issue does not happen on original hardware, on a modified Wii, or more or less a backwards compatible Wii, a modified Wii U. So basically, if you're playing on console, then the issue is not there as far as I know. But even so. It's just an issue on Dawson as far as I know. I don't think it's version specific that this issue can happen on, because, yeah, true, you're hoping to discover why those weird things happen on emulator and not console. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. I mean, I'm not a developer of Dolphin or anything, and I am using the latest version of Dawson. So, yeah. I mean, it was the only one that I could use, or one of the few that I can utilize to allow retro achievements to work. I had an older version of Dolphin on my computer, but it did not have retro achievement support. I had to more or less update to a newer version of Dolphin in order to get it to work. By the way, I'm pretty sure up here you'll not only find more fuel cells, but another cheat well. And this one is missable. This is a missable well. If you happen to walk by this place, there's no coming back here.
And I'll give you a cheat token.
In other words, if you pass by this cheat well, then once you return the Spellstone, there's no coming back. And I think there's also one closer to the Ocean Force Point Temple as well that we need to utilize. And I don't know if that one is another one of those points of no return, but even so, that is one of the few cheat tokens of which you can miss. Despite Retro Achievements site saying it's not one of the missable achievements, it actually is. There are two cheat token corresponding tokens that you need to keep in mind, which are, of course, collecting all the cheat tokens and turning them in. Nice miss. I want to get rid of this stupid bat before I continue. God, I hate the aiming controls in this game. They're so freaking sensitive, I swear. Always trying to snap you back into place. Back into the center. Oh my god. Can I please hit the stupid thing? Oh wait. I don't need to do that. I'm a freaking goober. I'm wasting time like an idiot. Whoops. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Well, might as well take a look around while we're down here. Burning alive! Guess I'm gonna be using a bathroom, Dad. How are we alive right now? Still, that was not pleasant. Jeez, Manetti. Gotta love me. To be honest, I thought there was a secret over there. You gotta love cutscene land saving me at the last second. This fox is on fire, he's walking on fire. So I guess you can say he's a fire fox. I don't even know how that guy did not hit me with that lunge there at that range. I guess because I pulled up the staff at just the right distance. Now, I could have swore I noticed that the, more missing sound effects. Again, is this an emulator thing? Now that I think about it, maybe there's more fuel cells that spawned overhead. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. Let's head back inside. Maybe the reason why those sound effects and all are missing is because the developers over on Dolphin didn't think that the player would reuse the Spellstone to exit out of the Volcano Force Point Temple. So that's probably why it happened. Again, that's just a guess. Who's to say for certain? Still, a bit weird. But again, if I could utilize retro achievements on official hardware or on a console, then I would most definitely go that route as opposed to playing it on PC. But again, it is what it is. I even tried looking around online to see... Okay, yeah, just as I thought, more fuel cells do spawn during your second trip here. And they only spawn after you reach a certain point in the game. Even if they are supposed to be right there, guess what? They are not going to be popping in until later. Why that is, I have no clue. There we go. That's another fuel cell added to the collection. Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and save the game one more time, just to be sure. Just to be sure everything's going to be hunky-dory and everything will be fine. Surprised I didn't get set on fire there, but hey, you know, I'm okay with that. Alright. Let's keep moving now, shall we? Now then. You may be wondering, couldn't we just take the same exact path that we took before in order to return the next spellstone here in the Volcano Force Point Temple? Well, guess what? You can't. For some weird reason, this is a slightly different shape, so therefore, it doesn't fit. But it does fit over here. So therefore, we're going to have to open another door that is just behind us and access the second half of the Volcano Force Point Temple. Go away, you stupid freaking bird! God, they're annoying. And worst of all, they will not leave you alone until you're practically dead. I guess this is why you get so many Batham dads. I mean, sure, they're pretty rare, like some of the rarest creatures you'll ever find on this planet, but, you know, skill issue. That's all I need to say about that. There we go. Now, the second half of the Volcano Force Point Temple really shouldn't be that much more difficult than the last time we were here. If I recall correctly, I do believe what we need to do here is put out the flames around here, and once we... Okay, that was not the right one, apparently. Huh. Interesting. Alright. Maybe you need to put these out in the right order. Try this one. Okay, that one is the correct one first. Okay, incorrect. Dang it. By the way, if you're trying to figure out what you need to do in order to progress, maybe Slippy can offer some advice in terms of being helpful. Let's see what he has to say.
Slippy here? Got yourself stuck again?
Not really, I just wanted to hear what you had to say. Let's see, head upwards, Fox. It's a lot harder this time. Keep the ice blast close at hand. And you might need to use your fire blaster again. So yeah, advice not all that helpful. But still, he does give you a pretty general idea of what you need to do. And there we go, we done. Gotta say, that was easy. Alright, let's drop down, please. Now then, let's keep moving along now, shall we? Oh, hello there. Thank you for standing there like a frickin' idiot. You gotta love the Freeze Blaster. It is like the most broken ability in the entire game. Doesn't look like there's much we need to worry about around here. But, yeah, if you couldn't tell, Tricky is going to be coming in handy a little bit here and there. Not by much, but still. Boom, baby. Drop, please. Ouch. Well, didn't quite mean to drop into the fire and the flames. Oops. Oh well, no biggie. Hey, Tricky, can you stay on here?
Stay.
I'm pretty sure you're going to need to do that anyway, so there you go. Nice miss. By the way, if you couldn't tell what we need to do now, we need to fire the fire blaster and not the ice blaster. And we need to hit the corresponding colored orbs, which is a lot easier said than done. You also have to be at the right distance in order to hit these colored orbs as well. And you also have to time it just right in order for it to hit the count. Sure, you could literally run around the fire and fire that way too, but that's a bit dangerous. And honestly, it's a bit unnecessary. Unless, of course, you are a speedrunner, in which case, so long as you know what you're doing, then by all means, go through the fire and flames and carry on. I don't know how I was short on that, but whatever. No big deal. Alright, come on, Tricky, let's get moving. And there we go, we're already done. Hooray! That's all the fuel cells here within the Volcano Force Point Temple. And we are finished. Overall, pretty easy for the second trip here. But like I said, if you have not collected all the fuel cells or the cheat token, and once you step on that portal, that is the point of no return. So be sure to keep that in mind. There you go, Tricky. Thank you so much for your help. You are the best. Alright. There we go. There's Spellstone number 3. Only one more to go. Excuse me. Now that's what I like to see. Almost said I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I agree, Super Colex. Tricky is adorable. He is a very cute little guy. He's just a little guy. He needs to be held, loved, and protected. And here I was hoping to be able to jump off the frickin' spot and just continue on my merry way. No, I have to climb down like a frickin' chump. Okay. Well, at least now we don't have to worry too much about fuel cells right now. We will be worrying about them again later, though. So that's something to keep in mind. Now then, let's get a move on and get ready to head to our next destination. Loved is my middle name. Nice. Okay, I'm kind of surprised that Fox even made that jump, but here we are. Alright, let's keep moving now, shall we? Lucky. Not sure what that's all about. But anyway, let's keep moving. Now, at this point, we won't be back here ever again, which is rather unfortunate, but alas, that's just the nature of the linearity of this game. Once you pass certain points of no return, then that's it. You ain't going back there again for quite a long time, if ever. Not unless you're willing to play through the entire game all over again. Which, yeah, that does kind of stink, but alas, it is what it is. You know, one thing I really wish I would be able to do in this game is the ability to copy save data from one slot to another. Just for backup purposes. Sure, on Dolphin I could create a second memory card and back up my save data there, which I have done so once before, but for whatever reason I can't do it again. For whatever reason, the save data is grayed out on memory card slot B. I don't get it. Then again, maybe I just need to remove... Whoa, what the hell? Oh, great. These little buggers are starting to annoy me. You annoying little flies. How dare you? What did these Thorntails ever do to you? I mean, come on, man. I mean, if you're that angry, take it out on me. I'm right here. I'll be more than happy to send your ass to the frickin' Shadow Realm. But yeah, if you couldn't tell, what we need to do here is take out all these annoying little flies before the time limit runs out. And there are several Thorntails that are scattered throughout the entirety of Thorntail Hollow. And each of them are surrounded by 3 of these freaks. Thankfully, you have way more than enough time to take these guys down. But I do believe that if you do run out of time, then not only does it act as a game over, but I believe what will happen is they'll just start attacking whoever, whatever Thorntails are they're over, and they will die. I don't know. I can't say for certain if that's actually true or not, because I never got to that point. I never ran out of time. But you do need to keep the locations of all the different Thorntails in your mind. Keep them memorized, because the game will not tell you where they are. You have to find them yourself.
Once again, you come to the aid of our tribe. You are a true hero, Fox.
Look, fella, I'm not paid enough to keep getting you guys out of trouble.
But I've got this for you.
Yeah, well, thanks.
He sounds so thrilled to receive the large scarab bag. It holds 200 scarabs. What's up? Now that you got that big scarab bag, you'll need to fill it with scarabs. You should be able to buy something shiny and golden from the store. So yeah, that's going to be our next objective. In other words, we're going to need to fill up our scarab bag to at least 130. Once we have 130 scarabs, then we're going to need to pay a visit to the store one more time. Sure, I could do some gambling and try to get some scarabs that way, but honestly, there's no need to do that. I've already shown off the gambling minigame once before, and there's no need to do it again. There we go, 138 scarabs. That should be more than enough for what we need. Alright, now down here, we have yet another missable achievement. And what we need to do here is we need to get lucky. How lucky exactly? Well, like I said, we need to first save the game. Second, we need to buy that final object of which this guy here is selling, which is 130 scarabs, and we need to haggle him and get the best price possible for the Snowhorn artifact, which, from the comments I've read online on the Retro Achievements website, you can get this achievement by haggling him to pay 110 scarabs as opposed to 130. Alright, here we go. And if you don't happen to get the correct haggle, then just reload the game and try again.
Okay, I'll sell it to you.
First try! Didn't expect that to work. But yeah, if the haggle fails, you just simply need to exit out, reload the game, and try again. Hope my mom and sister are doing well. They are. They're doing okay. My sister's currently on vacation, and she'll be back tomorrow. So, yeah. Anywho, back to the game, we finally have our hands on the Snowhorn artifact. The shopkeeper claims to have found it while exploring Snowhorn wastes. Maybe somebody there is missing it. And I have a pretty good idea of who that person is. And at this point now, we don't even need to worry about scarabs ever again, because really, they're useless! Looks like candy-coated fruit. Ain't that the truth? Alright, let's go ahead and buy ourselves one of these.
Okay, I'll sell it to you.
There we go. Health is fully restored. I mean, we might as well use the scarabs while we have them. Like I said, we won't be utilizing these ever again, so yeah, that kind of stinks.
You pay this much.
Okay, can I pay you for 8?
Okay, I'll
Thank you, my dude. By the way, I think if you try to haggle him too many times, then he won't allow you to haggle again.
Okay, I'll sell it.
So one way you could potentially win him over in terms of being able to haggle him is to either A, buy items at a higher price than you should, or B, just buy a bunch of items at regular price. That is one way you can do it. And since I bought basically everything at regular price throughout the course of the game up until now, we don't need to worry about that. We're good. We got the Snowhorn artifact, and we got it at the correct price. Does he think he's a witch with that voice? Probably. But he is clearly one of the best voice actors in the entire game. Or at least in the entire cast, in my opinion. And I feel like a lot of people feel that way as well. And he's definitely in the same league in terms of cherished voice actors, alongside the shopkeeper from Resident Evil 4. AKA the guy who's like, "What are you buying? What are you selling? Ah, I'll buy it at a high price." Thank you. Basically the same guy. Also, my mom just texted me, reminding me to take some pain meds to help keep my sciatica pain under control. So, I took some earlier this morning, and now's a good time to take a couple more. If you're wondering what I'm taking, I'm just taking some Advil. It's just the same sort of stuff you can find over the counter at like a local pharmacy or a grocery store. There we go. Again, better to keep the pain manageable and under control rather than chase the pain. If you're starting to feel pain, get it under control immediately. In other words, take some pain meds or do whatever you need to do in order to make the pain subside or go away completely. Just saying. Once you get it under control, then you're good to go. You don't need to worry about being in agony all day long. Excuse me. And don't worry, I'm taking exactly what is prescribed on the bottle. So, I took 2 earlier today, and I just took 2 more. If I need 2 more, then I can wait roughly 4 to 6 hours. So, around 7:30, I can take 2 more Advil. And like I said, you could just get it over the counter. And yeah, it can be pretty expensive, but if you get a pretty good sized bottle and a good deal, then it will last you a while. Although with me, and when it comes to pain meds, I don't really tend to take pain meds all that often because I never really need it. I never really needed pain meds whatsoever. But that's just me and my silly opinion. Most of the time, my pain is perfectly manageable and under control. So, yeah. What do you mean you're not doing it? I mean, come on now. We're moving along, aren't we? Come on, man. Don't be that guy. Yeah. Alright, let's keep moving now, shall we? But yeah, the reason why I took the Advil is to help keep my sciatica pain under control. I mean, it's been perfectly fine as of right now because I've been sitting this whole time. But, even so, just saying. Hello, my good sir. Oh, can't really talk to him right now, if it wasn't obvious. I wonder why those shark claws are just sitting there. Menacingly! I wonder if I could shoot him. That would be kind of funny if I could. Let's find out. Might as well kill some time. Okay, can't quite hit it. Too far away. Makes sense. Now, like I said, unfortunately we can't really do much else. Oh my god. Nice miss. Go away, please. Okay. Now, if you're wondering exactly what we need to do here in order to progress, we do need to return that Snowhorn artifact to that one Snowhorn in general. Once we do that, then we'll be able to progress further. Of course, before I go and return the artifact, I do want to see what else I can find around here that, yeah, according to the game, there are some fuel cells that I can get around here, which I do need to pick up in order to fill in that completionist criteria. Hello, my dude. Can you wake up now? The sun is rising. It's time to start dancing. Come along now. Come on. Wakey, wakey. Don't worry, we ain't getting achy. Okay, this is probably why the fuel cell indicator is going off. It's going kind of cuckoo crazy here. Okay, looks like I'm going to need to approach that from a different angle. No big deal. There you go. Wakey, wakey, good morning.
I hear you rescued my daughter. Oh, how I long to see her again.
And believe me, my dude, you will be able to see her again soon enough.
I hear you rescued my daughter. Oh,
did I see the trailer for Shrek 5? It looks like it was made by AI. I have not seen that trailer, but if that holds true, then yeah, I ain't watching that. Because, no, you don't use generative AI to make your stuff, okay? Okay. That's one of the forbidden tools that humanity has created, and it needs to be destroyed. Just like the ring from Lord of the Rings. Okay? Yeah, it's that bad. It needs to go away, just like this guy. Go away, please. Ugh, boy. I mean, the only trailer I've seen for Shrek 5 before was like their teaser trailer. And I think that was roughly a year ago.
Oh, what a sad day. My golden root has been stolen.
Well, my dude, today's your lucky day because I happen to have found said gold root. There you go.
I don't believe it. This item was stolen from me many years ago. I believe it was around the same time that a strange floating dinosaur visited the wastes. In return, I will give you the chance to prove yourself.
Whoa.
The call of the snow horn will begin your challenge.
Sounds good, but before we begin said challenge, there's something I want to do first. Might have just repeated myself, but you get the idea. Come on, Tricky. Set the thing ablaze. Here we go. I thought maybe I could light that on fire with Tricky, but it appears that's not the case here. And you would think that the fire blaster would be able to light that thing on fire, but no, it does not. Oh my god. You just had to get in my way! You're in my sights, dang you! I should have done that in the first place. We're going to Brazil! Also, yes, I am aware that my fuel cell pointer was pointing. And believe me, I know where I have to go. Thanks to the pointer. Really do. Bye! Oh, man. I was hoping that the blaster would be a little bit more helpful there, but unfortunately it wasn't. Dang it all. Ooh, what do we have over here? Looks like we have ourselves another Krazoa Shrine. Unfortunately, we can't interact with it right now, not until we complete the Snowhorn Challenge. Once the challenge is cleared, then we'll be able to access the next Krazoa Shrine. But completing said challenge is going to be a bit easier said than done. And if you're wondering why I haven't started the challenge yet, well, the answer should be pretty obvious. Because I want to explore a little bit before we begin, for one thing. Two, I want to get some of these creatures out of here. Although they'll probably respawn during the challenge, which is annoying. And another thing I want to do, too, is see if I can get my hands on a few more fuel cells. There we go. Enemy down. Now, I do know that there is like an underground passageway I need to look into. Let's see. Doesn't look like I can go that way. Unfortunate. Now that I think about it, maybe, just maybe, there's a waterfall or something I can blow up or blow wide open. Maybe that's how I'm supposed to get the next set of fuel cells. Probably. I mean, if it worked in Thorntail Hollow, I don't see how it wouldn't work here. Now then, let's keep moving now, shall we? Like I said, I know that we're supposed to begin the Snowhorn Challenge. And believe me, we're going to do it. I just want to explore a little bit. I want to get these dang fuel cells that have been taunting me for the longest time. Okay, nothing over there, I guess. Can I climb out? Yes. Dude, seriously? Well, that was annoying. You know, I really wish that the fuel cell... I wish the fire blaster would hit these guys, but unfortunately, they're way too low. They're way too close to the frickin' ground. God, they're annoying. I suppose I could try using the freeze blast. Or the ground quake. That could be another thing I could try. Well, that was useless. That was useless too. Dang it. Screw it. We'll just ignore him. A fox to infinity and beyond. Oops, wrong character. Nice one, Super Colix. Again, I really thought that there would be like some sort of bombable area or some part that I can access just around here, around yonder. Like, how are you supposed to get to these fuel cells that are down here? How do you open the door? I mean, it looks like there is like some sort of secret that way. Excuse me. I mean, logic would say that, you know, that would be the case here, but... excuse me. I don't know. Again, I've not done a true 100% playthrough where I got every single fuel cell in the game. So this is definitely a first. I mean, I would say I'm doing a pretty good job in terms of collecting all the fuel cells so far. And like I said, fuel cell management really isn't that big of a deal if you're a filthy casual like me. Oh, here we go.
Fine.
How are you supposed to see that? Well, it goes to show that you need to pay attention to the walls around you. If you see a crack, then there's a good possibility that Tricky might be able to dig his way through. Oh my god, get the thing. Thank you. Alright, well, that's all the fuel cells. For the most part. There's actually a couple more, like, within the interior part of where the next Krazoa shrine is. Which, yeah, we will be heading there next. But, of course, before we head there, there is still something I need to do here. Which is first, set the blowhorn to our instant access. And then we'll start the challenge. In terms of the difficulty of this particular challenge here... Oh, hello. Looks like the fuel cell pointer is pointing towards those fuel cells that are over yonder. Alright, let's begin. Let's go. Oh my god. Dude, seriously? So, if you couldn't tell, what we need to do here is we have 45 seconds to go to... Or, no, we need to travel from one Snowhorn platform to another. And thankfully, for each one you pass, you will gain more and more time. How much more time is determined by the platform itself. Hence the reason why having it set to... Having the Snowhorn horn set to instant access via the Y button, it saves you a couple seconds. So in other words, you don't have to navigate through the menu trying to shimmy your way around. And also, I think if the timer runs out while you're in the middle of the cutscene, then you'll still be able to progress onward to the next checkpoint. But even so, I can't say for certain if that's true or not. To be honest, I never got to the point of running out of time here. Okay, that's another one down. On to the next. Another thing worth mentioning too is that at the end of the cutscene, as the game is loading back in, you can move around a little bit to get a head start. However, keep in mind though, you're going to be running around blind. So be sure to keep that in mind. So if you want to be safe, just wait for the game to fade back in as it should. Oh right, I need to go this way. Also, finding exactly where you need to go The game doesn't tell you. You have to figure that out on your own. But if you explored a good chunk of Snowhorn Wastes during your first trip or even your second trip here, then guess what? You'll be able to know this place by the back of your hand. Alright, that's another one down. On to the next. Oh, we're done! Sweet! Yay! We finished. And we'll never use the Snowhorn again. I'm serious. Pretty sad that it is one of the many underutilized items. There's just so much stuff that is underutilized in this game. It's kind of sad. But that's the nature of rush development. Sometimes these things happen. What can I say? Developing a game ain't easy. Trust me, it just isn't. You may think you can just slap some code together and make a game. No, you can't. It doesn't work that way. Even if your bosses or the higher-ups tell you to use generative AI to speed up the workflow, that's not how it works, sweetheart. It has to be crafted by hand and made with love and passion. You can't just type in a prompt to make a video game for you. No, that is not at all how it works. If you try that, then it'll be like the worst video game ever made. Like, it'll be worse than E.T. for the Atari 2600. It'll be that freaking bad, trust me.
Thank you, Fox, and good luck on your quest.
You're welcome, my dude. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully we'll see each other again someday. Alright, time to take on the next Krazoa Spirit trial. And I don't know which Krazoa Spirit number this is. I think it's number 3, or is it number 4? You can always ask General Pepper.
General Pepper here. I'll display your current mission status.
Okay, it's number 4. And we're 72% done with the game, which is crazy. Alright. One more thing worth mentioning too, when it comes to field cells and collecting them, they will never spawn inside the Krazoa shrines at all. So you don't need to worry about that. Okay, this is going to be a fun one. Oh boy. I'm going to take you guys out first. Take you out back and, old yeller your asses. Jeez. Now, if you couldn't tell, what we're going to need to do here is that we're going to be utilizing these explosive barrels and running around on slippery, icy platforms like these. And also, we're going to be making multiple trips from the very start over here. And if you happen to fall down, be sure to get back up quickly. Because if you couldn't tell, the ground below here, below this pit, it's filled with toxic gas. And if you stay in for too long, then you will die. You'll slowly be losing health. Speaking of the devil, it happens. Okay, I was wrong about the whole toxic gas thing. I mean, it looked like it had toxic gas, except it doesn't. Interesting. Must be just that misty, foggy effect. Alright, let's just book it. There we go. No problem. Alright. Now, if you're wondering what we're going to need to do here, as you can see, we have this switch. We can change the which one of these exhausts is blowing out fire. If you couldn't tell what we need to do here, we need to time our button presses to flip the switch at the correct time. That way the barrel doesn't blow up partway through its journey. Here we go. Now we just gotta wait for it to start moving forward again. There we go. And it's done. Cool. Alright, let's get moving. If you're wondering why is that we can't just take the barrel and go across the water, well, guess what? You can't. Trust me. The barrel does not float. I mean, it is made of steel, so therefore, of course it's going to have problems. Turn, please. I was thinking about throwing it, but the reason why I didn't do so was because... Knowing my dumb luck, I would have thrown it and it would have blown up. See you in hell. Okay, this is going to be a fun part. Alright, and throw. Got it. Good. Awesome! Alright, let's go ahead and save the game right here, because I believe this is another test of which will have a missable achievement tied to it. Alright, let's do it. Test number 4. Test 4, the test of strength. Now, before you freak out, this is nowhere near as difficult as the first test of strength you did back in Lightfoot Village. Not even close. I'm serious. Anywho, use your strength against this sharp claw. If you succeed, I will become yours to return to the Krazoa Palace. Now for this one, it's just the same as the Lightfoot one. In other words, you need to beat this in 10 seconds or less. Let's go. There we go. All done. Managed to do it in 8 seconds. Not too bad. There we go. Oof. Man, that hurt. There we go, folks. Krazoa Spirit number 4 is ours. Now to return it to the Krazoa Palace. But of course, before we head there, we first need to turn in our cheat token that we got not too long ago. You have anything else to say?
Thank you, Fox. And
Nope.
good luck
Okay.
on your quest.
Nothing else here. Well, that stinks. Oh well, that's fine. Well, at least now we gotten all the stuff we need to around here, and we can just skedaddle. We're getting ready to head on off to the Krazoa Palace again. I just wish I could save warp back to Thorntail Hollow, but unfortunately, I can't do that. Which really, really stinks. But, alas, it is what it is. Now, before we start heading back there, I just want to take a quick look up this way, because I know that we've been this way before, we gotten all the fuel cells as well. I just want to check and see if any new ones spawned while we were away. I don't think any of them have, to be honest, but better to be safe than sorry. At least that's what I think. I mean, as far as I can tell, there aren't any, there's no signs to say, hey, there are fuel cells here. I mean, it was like that before when we first made our way through this part, but hey, better to be safe than sorry, I say. At least that's what I think. Also, I did remember to save not too long ago. Alright. Doesn't look like there's anything else to worry about right there, so might as well go ahead and reload the game and go back to where we were. Here we go. And according to the achievement counter, there's only 4 more fuel cells we need to worry about throughout the rest of the game, which is excellent. You probably weren't able to see it due to the way I have the window set up, but even so, just saying. 71 out of 75 is pretty dang good, all things considered. And as far as I can recall, there are 2 fuel cells that we weren't able to get during our first trip to the Ocean Force Point Temple. And as far as where the remaining fuel cells are out in the field, that is the million-dollar question. So again, that's 73, and then another 2 more, that would be 75 right there. Thankfully, we do have our fuel cell compass here tell us, hey, there's still fuel cells out there somewhere. Here we go. Excusez-moi. Ay, ay, ay. Now then, in terms of anything to talk about at this moment in time, I can't really think of anything else. I really hate the fact that we have to do so much backtracking throughout the course of the game, and there's no way we can just, like, warp from one location to another. You know, that would be something worth adding to the remaster, is upon discovering a location, you would be able to fast travel, like via the pause menu or something. Like, bring up the map screen, select the location if you want to read more about it, then you can do that. Or you can just push the A button again to teleport to that location. Granted, you have to have traveled to that location once before in order to be able to do so, but still, that would be nice. That would be a nice quality of life feature, in my opinion. But hey, that's just me and my silly little opinion.
It's strange. Sometimes I hear girls' cries coming from the warpstone.
Really? That's interesting. That is very peculiar. What's up with that? Well then, not gonna worry about that now. Right now, we need to head into the game I almost said ways. What am I saying? I think what I'm trying to say here is we need to head into the maze again. We have one more cheat token to drop off, and we'll see what we get this time with it. Of course, this is going to take me a little bit to navigate back around because I'm not exactly the best when it comes to memorizing the maze layout, and really, you don't have to worry about a time limit or anything like that. You just have to navigate your way around. Alright, let's keep moving. If I can remember the right way. Jeez. By the way, I do recall seeing that there is indeed a 100% category for speedrunning Star Fox Adventures. And yeah, it does involve getting all the cheat tokens. The well looks into your future. Fox, I can see you have matured into a strong leader. I am always there with you. Never give up. Trust your instincts, my son. Aww, that's sweet. A message from our supposedly dead dad. Speaking of dads, today is Father's Day. At least at the time of me streaming this game. If you're watching this in the future, then that doesn't necessarily apply. Unless, of course, you're watching this on Father's Day next year. But even so, just saying. If you love your dad, be sure to give him a call or something and just wish him a happy Father's Day. As for me, what I did? Yeah, I called my father earlier today before starting today's stream. And kind of caught him at a time where he was getting ready to eat breakfast, so therefore we couldn't really talk for very long, but I did wish him a happy Father's Day. So, there you go. Alright, back to the Krazoa Palace we go. And this is going to be yet another very, very short trip. And the reason why is, well, remember that one door we couldn't access before with the portal on it? Yeah. That's where we're going to be dropping off the next Krazoa Spirit. In other words, it's going to be another really, really fast trip. One that'll probably only last a minute. At most. maybe 2. Depends on how fast you're able to get through here. Alright, let's keep moving now, shall we? So, do you folks have any plans for Father's Day today? Are you planning on spending time with your own dad or father figure? Me? Well, I don't have any plans for today. My only plans right now is just this. Just streaming more Star Fox Adventures. Open Sesame! There we go. There we go, folks. Krazoa Spirit number 4 has been returned. Oh yeah! Now that's what I call progress. Love to see that. That was quick. Told you, folks, it was a very, very quick trip. Now then, where to next?
Fox, my boy! 3 spellstones down and only 1 to go. You seem to be getting the hang of this. Now then, it's time for you and Tricky to go to Dragon Rock. Your toughest challenge yet.
That's easy for you to say, but where do I find the gatekeeper?
He is closer than you realize. He who has no voice has plenty to say.
I think that's a pretty obvious answer to say. Remember that one Thorntail who was like, not now, I don't want to talk, go away. Remember that guy? Well, if you don't remember which Thorntail to speak to, you could speak to every single one that's around here. There's not that many. I think there's roughly 6 or 7 of them. And no, I'm not trying to make a joke. I'm just saying. It is something worth mentioning. There we go. Save the game. And yeah, remember this guy? The guy who had nothing to say? Well, he actually has quite a bit of history with that place. And you're about to find out why.
I should have guessed there was something odd about you. The Warpstone said I should find you.
I haven't spoken since something terrible happened. Something that I am ashamed to admit. I too attempted to save our planet, but I failed.
Tell me, what happened?
I led a group of dinosaurs against General Scales. He learnt of our plan before we could act, and launched a full-scale offensive against us.
Jeez.
We never stood a chance.
In other words, you had a mole in your group.
My closest friends on Dragon Rock, and it is also where he has taken the Spellstone.
So how did you survive? If Scales let you go, it could only be because...
I am the gatekeeper.
Well then, I should have figured you were the gatekeeper, my good sir. I mean, the Warpstone did give us a pretty good idea of who you actually were. Although, it seems like he's not the only one who happens to be the gatekeeper. Seems like all the other...
Dragon Rock is now open. Please help my friends. They are on your side.
I will, my friend. I most certainly will.
Grub-tub fungus? Ugh. Give me lovely green moss anytime.
Are you even the same dinosaur I just spoke to? Yes, apparently. What's up with that? I don't understand. Well, anyway, before we head on out, let's get your belly all filled up and ready to go, ready for adventure. Might as well, right? Now then, Dragon Rock, as the Warpstone mentioned, it's going to be our toughest challenge yet. And it also holds some of the most difficult achievements on the Retro Achievement list. And you'll see what I mean when we head on off there. In order to get to Dragon Rock, I believe you need roughly 10 or 15 fuel cells. Once you have enough, you'll be able to board R-Wing one more time and head on off to our destination. And just like with all other parts of the planet, like with Cloud Runner Fortress and the Walled City, Dragon Rock also has an achievement tied to it. But unlike all other flight routes, where you just have to collect 10 gold rings and then land, this one is a bit special because not only do you need to collect all 10 gold rings in order to pass this course, but for retro achievements, you need to do so without taking any damage. And that is a very, very stressful endeavor. Well, I'll go ahead and save one more time just to be certain. And let's begin.
General Scales has unleashed the full force of the planet's dark energy, mutating Dragon Rock into a desolate wasteland. He's captured a number of dinosaurs and is planning to change them into powerful killing machines. It's rumored that one such creature already exists. This final spellstone will bring Dinosaur Planet back together. Slippy out.
Are you sure about that, Slip? Well, only one way to find out. Let's go. And like I said, we need to do this without taking damage. Let's give it a shot. To barrel roll, press L or R twice. And believe me, you're going to be doing this a lot. Challenge failed. Great job. That's what I get for rushing in like a headless chicken. Oh well. This is why we saved the game prior. Alright, let's head back in. We'll try again. Let's go. Let's give it another try. This might take me a few attempts. And by the way, if you miss a single gold ring, you might as well quit the game and reload it. Because if you... Wow, we've already failed the challenge. Great job. Dang it. Well, anyway, like I was saying, if you happen to fail the challenge, or in other words, you failed to get the 10 gold rings, then what happens is you will, you'll be forced to redo it again anyway. You'll be forced to restart. Alright, attempt number 3. Let's get her done. And hopefully not blow up. Although one other way you could potentially get through this, or more or less restart without having to reload your save file, is to intentionally crash and burn. Already failed. Yeah, apparently if you crash straight into a wall, you will blow up and die. Alright. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Alright, let's give it another go. God damn it. You missed your gold ring, I know. I'm trying to perish. Wow, you really don't have a whole lot of iframes, I noticed. Very interesting. Alright, let's give it another try. I can't quite read what that red text was saying, unfortunately, due to the text being so small. I don't know if there's any way I can make it bigger on Dolphin or not. And I don't think it has anything to do with resolution. Oh, come on, man! More damage. Alright, let's give it another go. Here we go again. Alright, just gotta utilize bombs wisely. And that's what I get for being overly cautious. Oh wow, I'm through the wall! Well, I didn't expect that. Can we die, please? Now, one other thing I haven't really mentioned yet is that unlike Star Fox 64, where you could blow off your wings and continue flying, in this game, you can't do that. Your wings are a part of your vehicle, no matter what. So be sure to keep that in mind. So don't worry about chipping wings. They are permanently attached. Alright, here we go again. Let's go. Okay, just gotta barrel roll, press L or R twice. Use bombs wisely. And yeah, this is a very hard achievement if you couldn't tell. Probably one of the hardest ones in the entire set. And I've already failed. God damn it. And no, restoring your health back to full does not restore the opportunity to do the achievement again. You have to intentionally crash. You have to intentionally crash, blow up and die, or quit and reload your save. Wow, I cannot get anywhere. Figures, I made just a little step further and bada bing, bada boom, I perish. Well, you know, one thing I really wish I could do is, like, activate, like, some sort of one-hit kill mod, where if you take damage, you die. That way I can restart this challenge and make it, like, get back to it faster. I used the boost to get through, and of course I crash and die! Because I didn't realize there was an enemy there! Should have kept blasting anyway! Great job, mate. I want to go exploring. I want to see what's out of bounds in this mortal realm. Please kill me. Thank you. Jeez. Talk about a pain in the ass. Even if you're not Well, at least the game didn't crash. And even if it did, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. Because I did save just prior to starting this route to Dragon Rock anyway, so yeah, no biggie if the game did crash there. Still, that kind of freaked me out. That's how you don't use a bomb wisely, okay? Okay. Thank you for coming to my tech talk. I'll see you all next week. Maybe I should have used the brakes there. Dang it. Okay, yeah. I think when it comes to the whole damageless thing, it's all about memorization. You gotta memorize the entire route from start to finish. One unfortunate thing about the barrel roll is that although it does make you invincible in terms of being able to deflect lasers and stuff, it does not protect you from crashing into a wall. Which is unfortunate. How the hell did I take damage there, man? What the hell? No, really, Slip? I thought I grabbed it with my mind. As if I was a freaking wizard. I mean, I sorta am, considering I'm wielding a staff of mighty power and magic. Who knows? Alright, let's go again. Let's keep going. We're gonna get this done eventually. I will get this freaking achievement, one way or another. Even if we take forever. Which, that wouldn't surprise me in the least bit. Like I said, it all comes down to... It comes down to memorization and proper execution. Which apparently I cannot do to save my ass. Let's go. God, this is such a stressful flight. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, really? Great job! You failed! Dang it all.
General... Fly through 10 gold rings to open the gatekeeper's force field.
Okay, let's give it another try. Okay, how the hell did that blow up instantly? Alright, let's use the brake. Use the brake. And somehow I managed to get through. Alright. I bopped the frickin' wall. I bumped the wall. Bugger me on a frickin' broomstick. Call me Wendy! Well, at least we made it halfway through. Overall, not the worst attempt, but definitely not the best. Give it another try. We can do this. Okay, good bomb utilization. Break. Okay. Use the boost to get through. Okay, no bomb. I was hoping I had another bomb, but unfortunately I do not. Even if you can get the barrel roll, press Z or R twice. Go, 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 go! There we go! Woo! Baby, that was stressful AF! God damn! I'm glad that's over. Thank God. My lord, that took way too damn long, but here we are, folks. Welcome to the last major destination of the game, Dragon Rock. It's also the smallest location that we're going to be exploring. And what's even crazier is that this place was rushed beyond comprehension. Meaning, the developers over at Rare kind of ran out of time and had to haul ass in order to finish the game. In other words, they cut a lot when it came to Dragon Rock. And what's even crazier is that this place originally had a second level that you would be able to go explore. Like, there was supposed to be a lower section of this place. But, unfortunately, due to the fact that developers ran out of time, they were only able to incorporate the first half. Like, the first part of the planet. Or, more or less, the first half of the dungeon, rather. Oh my god, freeze, please. Thank you. That's what I'm doing, Tricky. I kind of wonder if the Super Groundquake would come in handy there. I mean, it might be worth a try next time. Or we can try it right now. No. It didn't. Okay, that was weird. Those were some missing particle effects. I mean, it made the sound, but it didn't, it wasn't doing the attack. Although it technically was. What's up with that? Talk about strange, am I right? Well, anyway, if you couldn't tell, Dragon Rock is quite open-ended. But if you happen to have the map for this place, then you should be able to make pretty good use of your surroundings and figure out where to go fairly quickly. Oh, wow, I'm kind of surprised that turret hit the mushroom. If you are having some trouble figuring out exactly where you need to go, hug the walls for a little bit and you'll find something eventually. You could also return back to Dinosaur Planet if you want, but there's really no reason to do that. Unless you want to grab a few more supplies, but even then, there's really no need to. Also, you may notice these strange mounting-like platforms scattered throughout Dragon Rock. Believe me, we're going to be utilizing them. As far as how we're going to be doing that, well, you'll soon see. Considering that the one Thorntail was like my friends were trapped here, I'm pretty certain we're going to be utilizing some of that Thorntail's best of friends in order to cause some serious damage. It's gonna be great. But of course, we need to get there first. Wow, really? I couldn't just roll off? Might as well bring this over if I can. By the way, if you couldn't tell what we're trying to do here, we're going to be utilizing a lot of barrel transportation. In other words, we're going to be doing a lot of escorting. And if you mess up once, oh dear, you're going to be... You're kind of out of luck there, Buster Brown. You know what I'm saying? Alright. Thankfully, this first part, or this first puzzle, is not that hard. All you need to do is first get the barrel up to this point, and once it gets sucked up, be sure to hit these pressure-sensitive flame switches to shut off the flames which are spewing from those parts. And once that's done, you just pick her up, give her a toss, and everything goes boom! Easy peasy lemon squeeze. And that's just for the first part. However, if you happen to mess up, then it's a pretty long walk all the way back to where you need to go, which is unfortunate. But hey, it is what it is. It's not a big deal, in my honest opinion. What's up, Tricky? Did you find something? Apparently, there's something near, according to him. What do you see, Tricky? What do you see that I don't? Doesn't look to be much of anything, which is unfortunate. Also, if you couldn't tell, there's no way we can destroy these turrets right now. And I'm also pretty certain that there are some other things you could technically interact with around here, like these plants. And yeah, as far as I know, you can't... Okay, you can destroy them. I thought you couldn't destroy them as a fox on foot, but apparently you can. You just have to utilize the freeze blast. But yeah, getting back to the whole turret thing, you can't bring them down right now.
You have done well to find me.
but there are others.
Yeah, I know. Your Thorntail friend told me all about it.
I am pleased to hear of his safety, but the High Top is not so fortunate. Together, we can free him.
Oh, I'm not paid enough for this. Okay, what do we do?
The High Top will be an easy target for the patrolling robots. With their shields, they are unstoppable. However, each one has a shield generator hidden somewhere nearby. If we can destroy these, the robots will be defenseless.
So what do you expect me to use? This?
Of course not. This. Now get on my back. Let's do some damage.
Sounds fun. But before we start causing some damage, I need to recover some damage I sustained myself. Let's go! I kinda wish you could ride Tricky, but unfortunately, you can't. Oh my god. By the way, if you couldn't tell, this guy does have a health bar. And if you want to restore said health bar, I think what you're going to have to do is find a place to dismount. Once you do find a location, dismount and then remount, then you'll be able to fully restore his health that way. If he takes too much damage, then of course you will die. It will count as a game over. And as far as I know, there's no way that this guy can take down the turrets that are around here. So, yeah, once you take down all the shield generators, then... Oh, my God. Talk about serious damage. Not a big fan of that. What's up with that guy? Why is he spinning around in a circle? That was weird. It was like he was throwing a party or something. How strange. But yeah, controlling this guy is really, really simple. It's incredibly straightforward. It's just a real shame that you don't get to utilize this mechanic like at all outside of this moment in the game. It really is unfortunate. It really just goes to show how Rush Dragon Rock is and how underutilized a lot of the mechanics are around here. And of course, we got ourselves another achievement in the process. Neat. Now we just need to make it back and hopefully not die. You can head to a nearby mount point or return to your original starting position. And there we go. We done. Now, at this point, what we need to do is utilize the Fire Blaster, get within a good range to where these things cannot shoot at us, and then start blasting these things to Kingdom Come. Of course, if you get too far away, then you won't be able to hit them at all. And once they're set ablaze, then they're going to go boom. Keyword is should. And again. There we go. Now they're gone. Alright, excellent. That's what I'd love to see. Nice. By the way, if you do run out of magic, then again, it ain't that big of a deal. There are plenty of these mana restoring plants around here. So don't be afraid to utilize them if you have to. Now then, let's keep moving now, shall we? You know, one thing I really wish I could do is snipe these things from far away. Like, if you're really good at aiming with your staff, then you can take these things out pretty quickly, provided, of course, that your aim is straight and true. Otherwise, you're going to take a little bit of unnecessary damage along the way. And trust me, you don't want to do that, sweetheart. Okay, okay. All done. There we go. All turrets destroyed, and now it's time to move on. Again, there's not really a whole lot to say when it comes to Dragon Rock. It's divided into two main sections. And like I mentioned earlier, there was supposed to be another underground section, and that section was how you were supposed to reach the boss of this place. But, for whatever reason, or no, because of the fact that the game was rushed out the door for the original release date of this game, yeah, some things had to get cut. And when I say some, I mean quite a lot, which is really unfortunate. I've tried to break these ropes, but they're too strong. Maybe you can help. Okay. Just stay right there. Hang on tight. We'll take care of this. Also, isn't there supposed to be some sort of weird effect on these ropes? Also, you need to take these things out quickly. All done. If you don't take them out fast enough, then the ropes will re-engage. So be sure to keep that in mind. Welcome to the team, my boy.
I guess we're ready to go.
Go where?
We're crossing the plain, and you're going to have to protect me. Are you ready? Let's go.
Hell yeah! Let's do this. Here we have ourselves a bit of an auto-scroller. And if you couldn't tell, what we need to do here is, as he makes his way to the other side of the plains, taking the longest, most roundabout path possible, we need to protect him the entire time as we're making our way across. What are you talking about, Tricky? We're riding the slowest thing in America! AKA, my butthole! But yeah, if you couldn't tell, what we need to do is we need to fire our fire blaster, which thankfully, during these on-rail sections, we have infinite magic for the duration of it. So, that's nice. And if you couldn't tell, we need to shoot these things that are coming from the very centerpiece of Dragon Rock. If a single one hits us, then we will sustain some damage. And thankfully, there aren't any damageless achievements tied to this. So, that's nice. There we go. So far, so good. This is what I like to see. Alright. What's next, my dude? I think if you fire at the center part of the tower, you might be able to catch some of these ships as they're spawning in. But there's no guarantee. Another thing worth mentioning, too, is when it comes to these on-rails fire blaster sections, you do have to mash the A button the entire time, while also dealing with the most finicky aiming system the entire game has to offer. In other words, aiming and shooting at the same time is no easy task. And if you haven't mastered the aiming of this game, or its quirks, oh dear, you're gonna have a very bad time. Thankfully, when it comes to me and my skills, I would say I'm pretty good. I'm not perfect. But even so, I'm not the best, nor am I the worst. And this isn't the only time we're going to be doing this sort of thing either. Trust me. Wow, that is a lot of ships. Very nice. Are we done?
That's what I was looking for.
Wow, well, you know, we did it damageless. Hooray!
It's up to you guys now. You'll figure it out.
That we will. Thanks for the ride. Hope you stay safe. Be careful out there. Whew. You know, I'm kind of surprised that isn't an achievement in itself. You know? You would think that doing those sections damageless would be an achievement for retro achievements, but strangely, it isn't. Maybe it's because the developers decided to show some mercy when it comes to that particular achievement. Not sure. Or just this particular game, which is interesting. And there we go. All enemies destroyed. That takes care of that. Now then. It's time to begin the next puzzle. And what needs to be done here is rather peculiar. How exactly? Well, what you're intended to do is lift up this barrel, have it fly through the air, and douse those flames temporarily as the barrel makes its way across. However, from what I've seen, it's actually pretty easy to just bypass that part altogether. Okay, that clearly did not work. Sorry about that, Tricky. Thanks for trying. So, what's kind of interesting is that if you line up the barrel against the wall in just the right way, you can throw it straight through. I mean, it looks easy, but I'm pretty sure it's anything but, as you can see right there. Maybe it's this wall. Maybe it's a version 1.0 thing. Then again, maybe I'm not lined up right. Maybe I'm not right up with the right wall. Who's to say? Well, that certainly isn't it. Alright, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. No biggie. Okay, Tricky, you know what to do.
Stay.
Okay, that was clearly not the right thing to do.
Stay.
Right, you stay right there. Also, get used to that Cloud Runner shouting, "Help! Get me out of here, you dingus!" God dang it. By the way, those flame things will not stay extinguished for long. So be sure to keep that in mind. I was like, is that thing coming back anytime soon? Honestly, what makes this so annoying is the fact that you have to deal with really finicky aiming controls. Okay, there we go. That takes care of the first part of the puzzle. Now we have the remaining parts. Actually, that kind of got screwed up a wee bit. Okay, no big deal. We'll just head back over here. Drop this off. And there we go. Alright. Again, I really wish I could make that Cloud Runner just be quiet for a little bit. I see that you're in danger. I know you need help. I'm on it. I'm working on it, okay? Calm down. Just calm down, my dude. You're gonna be fine. Now, this barrel puzzle is pretty dang annoying. If you couldn't tell what we need to do here, we need to now time our throws just right to the point where, you know, there's no fire spewing out of the corners or anything like that. And our aim needs to be perfect. Oh, I'm surprised I got that first try. Nice. Alright. Excellent. Very annoying puzzle, but, you know, not the worst thing imaginable. Trust me. The worst is yet to come. Okay, clearly that was not the right time to use that. Okay, if you couldn't tell what we need to do now that we finished the major part of this puzzle, we need to line up the cage's rope with the exhaust port. And we need to line it up in just the right spot so that it is perfectly lined up with the metal. Like that. There we go. Alright, Tricky, you know what to do. Hello? You really didn't use your flying Raijin jutsu when, you could've?
Look out!
Great voice acting! Look out! Here comes Spider-Man!
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Thanks for helping me out. Hey, aren't you a friend of Crystal?
How do you know Crystal?
I helped her get onto General Scales' galleon, but after I left, I was captured by the shark claws, and I've been stuck here ever since. Why don't you climb aboard? I need to stretch my wings.
Sounds good. I'll definitely do that. But before I do, I will be saving the game first. Just saying.
The spellstone you seek is hidden below the Great Tower. To get inside, you will have to destroy the 4 spires that protect it. I will fly you in close, but you'll have to protect me from their fire.
Sounds good. Also, fun fact, you can hit that tower way earlier than you're supposed to, and if you manage to do that, you get a few hits in. And if you're fast enough, you could potentially destroy it. In fact, I think that's what the tool-assisted speedrun does. So anyway, what we need to do here is destroy the 4 towers, or more or less hit those red parts of the tower, and make it go bye-bye. But of course, it ain't gonna be that easy, trust me. You might need to make a couple of passes before you can successfully destroy a single tower. Although I think if you're a speedrunner, then you should be able to destroy it during your first lap. Of course, that is not an easy feat. And if you couldn't tell if you died, well then, you're starting over. You're starting over, buckaroo. And if you do need a break, then just pause the game. There we go. That's the first part down. On to the next part, and hopefully we won't get shot down in the process. Because if it wasn't obvious, if you go down, that's it. You'll have to start over. No, number 2 is done. You know, one thing I kind of wonder is, why can't we just utilize the R-Wing? Hell, why is it that we were able to land successfully with the R-Wing and not get shot down? What's up with that? Why is it that the defense towers are going off only when the Cloud Runner is flying around here, and not this mysterious fox that is roaming around the planet, ruining General Scales' plans? I don't get it.
Up to you now. The spellstone is inside, but Scales has it guarded by a terrible creature. You must be careful, Fox.
Alright, here we go. Time to face Drakor, aka one of, if not the most difficult boss in the entire game, and rightfully so. And, of course, this does have a missable achievement tied to it. And for this one, you need to defeat Drakor without taking more than, I believe, 3 hits. If you take a 4th hit, then you'll miss out on the achievement. If you want to try again, what you will need to do is die. You'll have to die and choose to not use a Batham Dad to continue. And also throughout the course of your flight here, you will need to not only be... oh dear, I already took a hit. That's not great. Okay, that's not good. That's 2 hits. And like I said, if you take too many hits, then dying is going to be your best course of action. And considering that the aiming controls around here are not exactly the best, killing this guy is not an easy feat. This is a diabolical achievement. In fact, we've already failed. So, might as well go ahead and call it quits. Like, you seriously can't kill me any faster, can you? Of course, if you're doing this fight casually, then, this is a pretty difficult fight, even, in a casual, non-achievement hunting setting. But at the very least, we get to listen to some pretty badass music, I'll tell you that. And if you're wondering if saving and quitting would be a faster option, I want to say yes, but at the same time, I don't want to chance it and this achievement be locked away forever. So, I'm just gonna let him, take me out. Take me out to the frickin' ball game, and hopefully we'll perish sooner rather than later. There is one other thing I haven't really mentioned about this fight, and that is there are only certain moments where you could actually damage Dracor. It's kind of crazy, but you can only damage him within certain rooms. If you're like in between rooms, then you won't be able to damage him at all. Even if you're clearly shooting him. But if you want like the fastest way of taking him out, then you have to aim and hit his arm cannon. If you manage to do that, you'll be able to deal some serious damage to him pretty quickly. And if you happen to mash quick enough, then you'll be able to take him out in as early as either the first room or the second room. But, of course, me being a filthy casual, I can't aim and shoot and button mash at the same exact time. So that does kind of stink. And also, if you couldn't tell as well, you have to also put out flame gates. Please kill me. Thank you! And no, using a Bathroom Dad will not restore this achievement. You have to say no here, and then we'll just save, I guess. And then we'll not quit the game. Alright, here we go again. Attempt number 2. Let's give this another try. This is definitely one of, if not the most difficult achievement in the entire set for retro achievements. And I hate the fact that it is a missable one, too. I really hate those kinds of achievements. But hey, at least you don't have to beat them damageless. You can have a couple of hits. Alright, we need to lock in, boys and girls. Ow. I don't know what hit me there. I think that was a mine. Slow down a little bit. It's fine. Halfway there, halfway there. Living on the prayer! That's 2 hits. That's not great. Alright, wait until the next room and then we'll be able to take him down. Okay, not great, not great, not great, not great. Okay, slow down a little bit, we'll be fine. I'm surprised I managed to hit that. Well, that's it. Game over. Dang it! Oh, there went that attempt. Alright. That certainly sucked. Let's go again. No biggie. Let's give it another try now, shall we? I really hate the fact that you can't skip this cutscene. You have to watch it every single time. Now, like I mentioned, I know that the second half of Dragon Rock was cut due to the rush development. It does make me wonder, what was that other room like? The world may never know unless we get a proper remaster of this game. Which, God only knows if that's ever going to be the case or not. Hey, let's go. Round 3! Hit the switch for the love of Pete! Like I said, this is a really damn hard boss fight. Is it the hardest in the game? Debatably, yes. Strangely, I feel like this is harder than the final boss. But I do love the theme that plays throughout the course of this whole adventure. Again, I really wish I could use a turbo controller here. That would be awesome! One very nice thing about this fight is that even though Dracor is constantly shooting at you, you do have plenty of cover you can utilize. And this entire thing is on rails anyway, so... Okay, let's keep moving. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that sucked. Alright, on to the next attempt. Round 4. Hopefully this one will be the one. Only one way to find out. Kinda surprised we're up to 83% complete now. Jeez. Again, I am happy that we do have some mercy in terms of this particular achievement, where you can't take more than 3 hits. 3 is better than none, I'll tell you that right now. Although, it would be nice if you could, like, have, like, a 5-hit thing? Like, 1 unit worth of energy, but no. Unfortunately, that's just not how it works with this one. Which, okay. I am up for a challenge, but this is a bit much. Of course. Not like I could see that particular bullet! Okay, I don't know what I hit there, but you know what? I'll take what I can get. Well, that sucks. That's already 3 hits. Well, it's like this attempt is chalked. Although, you should never say never. Well, good news is you can see me struggle here live on YouTube as well as Twitch. So, I hope you're enjoying me trying to do this stupid achievement repeatedly. Oh, come on! What the hell hit me? It's not like there was a mine or anything. Well, then again, there was probably a blast thing that I just completely missed out on, which that wouldn't surprise me. Alright, let's give this another go. Also, get used to seeing this a lot throughout the course of this session. Trust me, this is going to be quite rough. Okay. Obviously, if you do have a turbo controller, this would make things a lot easier. So if you happen to have a third-party controller that has turbo functionality, then this guy can go down pretty quick. Honestly, if you are going for retro achievements, I would recommend using a turbo controller for this, as opposed to using like a regular GameCube controller, and I've already taken 2 hits. That's not good. Just saying, it would allow you to focus on aiming and trying to shoot your target, rather than having to mash while also aim at the same time. Oh, come on! God, why is it that I'm always down to, like, my last hit by the time I'm after I finish the second room? I guess I just have that much of a skill issue. I think another thing you gotta factor into as well while you're fighting this guy is travel time. In other words, they don't hit the target right away. And that's another fail. God damn it. So what I'm trying to say here is, they don't hit their target right away. It's not hit scan like, say, Call of Duty. Unfortunately. No. You just have to deal with the fact that you have to factor in travel time, and thankfully it doesn't take that long to hit him. But it doesn't mean that it's easy, because it isn't. It is not easy whatsoever. So, yeah, we're going to be here for a while, if you couldn't tell. How many attempts though are we up to now? Is it 7 or is it 8? I don't know, I kind of lost track. To be honest, I don't really care. We're going to get this done eventually. One way or another. Hit the switch, please. Ugh, not great. Wasn't able to deal hardly any damage to him at all in the first room. Can I hit the right button, please? I think I've taken 1 hit so far. Make that 2. I don't know what the hell hit me there. Okay. Come on, are you serious, bro? Again, I don't know what the hell hit me there. One thing I haven't really mentioned about this fight is that it is entirely on rails and it's linear. And eventually you will loop back around and do an entire lap. But best way of taking this guy down is finishing him off at least within the second room. But that is a lot easier said than done. Only top level runners can do that. If you're lucky, you might be able to finish him within the third room. Fourth room is where you really want to try to finish him off. And of course, that's not considered great either. A first room kill, that is like the ultimate dream. And I think only one runner has successfully done that, like, by a human. And not talking about the tasks. Alright, here we go again. I really don't like the fact that I took a hit already. Just gotta focus on laying down the smackdown and hopefully not lose out on the achievement. Which I almost did. Here we go. Okay. This is fine. Okay. It's not lost yet. Now it's lost, because I couldn't hit the goddamn switch. That was probably the closest I've gotten so far, which is kind of crazy. At least we're getting better. So far, so good. Also, I was just checking my phone because I got an email through my Gmail, just making sure nothing was going on. It was just Zillow. You know how they sometimes send you emails whenever you're house hunting? Yeah, I kind of used Zillow for, just before we moved here and back when we were living in Maine as well. Honestly, it is a great place to look at if you're looking into getting a house or looking for a place to rent. Just saying. Alright, so I think what I'm going to try to do here is try to deal a little bit of damage during the initial part, then start mashing like mad. Okay, not great, but at least I knocked off a quarter of his health. Which is typically what I'm able to do. Oh, come on! What the hell hit me? Okay, I think that's 2 hits. Damn it. 3 hits. Damn it. Almost got him that time. He was this close to dying. Like, he had less than, 10% of his health left. Just unfortunate that I just could not take the last hit. Okay. Just taking a little bit of a breather. Then we will go again. I would love to finish him off by room 3. That would be excellent. And honestly, that's probably going to be the best place to finish him off. But of course, hitting him is a lot easier said than done, as I've clearly been demonstrating. But like I said, travel time is a thing, and if you know exactly his, flight pattern down to the absolute detail, like perfectly, you'll be able to follow him, to the letter. Alright, here we go again. Oh, god damn it. That was 2 hits right there. Alright, gotta try to finish him off here. And that ain't happening, Chief. Yeah, that was clearly not happening. I feel like you're going to take a hit no matter what during certain parts of the whole fight. Like, it is unavoidable. What's up with that? God, this is torture. But hey, at least the more I do it, the better I'm getting. At least I think. Sure, that attempt was not great, but it's what it is. Let's keep going. Excusez-moi. I got all day. We can do this. As many times as I deem necessary. You know, an 8-bit DOE Ultimate Controller would be really handy here, but unfortunately, I don't happen to have my hands on one. What the hell hit me? I don't get it. I don't know what hit me. There was nothing there. I clearly shot the thing, so why did I take damage? If you're wondering why I'm reloading the fight, it's because I felt like I took damage there way too soon. I took damage way too soon, and that should not have happened. So that attempt doesn't count. Alright, let's give this another go. I really wish I didn't have to watch this cutscene every single time, but alas, it is what it is. Okay, let's give it another go. I guess one positive to look at when it comes to that cutscene is at least it gives me a chance to rest. I'm not going to worry about button mashing that much in the first room. I'm just going to try to save my energy for rooms 2 and 3. See? See what I mean about the whole damage thing? You're inevitably taking damage. Unfair. I really wish this whole damageless sort of thing wasn't a thing. I mean, it's inevitable. You're going to get hit. It's just an inevitability. God, this is getting annoying as hell. A lot of people hate this particular achievement too. At least that's what I've read in terms of the comments. It's like diabolical. It is that freaking bad. And I don't shame anyone who happens to use a turbo controller for this fight. I can't blame you one bit. Again, I wish I could use one myself, but unfortunately, I don't have a turbo controller that I can use on PC. We just gotta do this the old-fashioned way and get good. Once again, inevitable damage right there. You don't have a choice. There's no avoiding it. You can't shoot the thing. I can't believe I didn't take damage. Yes! Got his ass! Fuck yeah! It is done! Woo! Baby! Let's freaking go! You're done! And we did it! On the OG GameCube controller! Live on stream, live on YouTube, live on Twitch! It is done! It can be done! Bada bing, bada booma! We finished.
You did it! You got the last spellstone! Not bad! Not bad at all!
Get that spellstone back to the ocean force point, and we can all be on our way home.
There's an old friend we would all like to see.
Okay, guys, I'm out of here. See you later.
Thanks again, Fox!
Good luck, my friend.
Whew. My lord. I'm so glad to finally be done with that god-awful achievement. But that's not the worst sort of achievement we have to worry about yet. There's still a few more we need to look into. Now, with the final spellstone in hand, we can return to Dinosaur Planet and possibly bring this place back together once more.
General Scales cannot harm any dinosaurs ever again. You stopped his evil mutant army plan. This is the final spellstone, Fox. You need to get it back to the ocean force point as quickly as possible. With this seal closed, Dinosaur Planet will be saved. Pepper out!
Who's to say if that's actually going to be true or not, because A, we still have to worry about the Krazoa Spirits, and B, General Scales is still out there. question is, where? Only one way to find out.
Fly through one gold ring to reach Dinosaur Planet.
Man, I'm so glad to finally be done with that. Like I said, it can be done without a turbo controller, and speedrunners have most definitely done just that. Even on original hardware. I'm just saying, this was definitely one of the hardest freaking achievements I've gotten in this whole playthrough. I'm so glad to finally be done with that freaking achievement. I'm just saying, that was just woof. Like I said, that's not going to be the worst achievement, or... Yeah, that one achievement we just got is technically one of the worst, but it's not the absolute worst. $14.95. Not as good as the previous score, but you know what? I don't care. We done. Let's land back on Dinosaur Planet now, shall we? We still got work to do. Holy moly. Okay, that was definitely something. Oh boy. Dragon Rock is definitely one of those planets, or one of those places. The dungeon of all time. Well, like I said, at this point now, there's only one more cheat token that we need to get, as far as I can recall. And also, there's a few more fuel cells left to collect as well.
Beware of the red mushrooms.
Yeah, I kind of figured that out already, but thanks. Much appreciated. Whew. Man, that was probably the most amount of button mashing I've done in my entire life. You know what I'm saying? Well, at least we weren't in that site for several hours. I mean, it took several minutes, don't get me wrong, but damn, son. That was something. I'm kind of surprised I managed to finish Draco off in room 3. That was definitely something. Was it the hardest thing I've ever done in my life? Absolutely not. And I played Bloodborne. And I gave up partway through because I was like, no, this is not the game for me. I don't care anymore. And basically, I never picked it up since. Okay, let's keep moving now, shall we? Now, as you can see, what we need to do now is head back to the Ocean Force Point Temple and drop off the last Spell Stone. Once we do that, then supposedly our mission should be complete, but unfortunately, I'm pretty certain that's not going to be the case. It ain't going to be that easy. I wish it was, but alas. Well, anyway. In terms of our current status, unfortunately we can't look at them at this moment in time, but I know on the file select screen just before the Draco fight we were at 83% complete, which is absolutely insane. Oh boy. Now then. Let's keep moving now, shall we? Alright, welcome back to Cape Claw, everyone. This is going to be our final trip here, as far as I can recall. And as you can see, the fuel cell indicator is saying, hey, there are some fuel cells around here. And that's exactly what we're going to be going for. And in order to get to these fuel cells, what we need to do is utilize that cannon. And now that we have the portal device as one of our abilities, we can finally open up the door to the cannon. And also finally collect these dang fuel cells. Whew, alright. Really, dude? You have to do that? Okay, it looks like the fuel cells are directly underneath of me. How strange. Again, what's up with that? There's definitely something here. Then again... Wow, okay, that did nothing. Okay, that'll take care of that guy for a little bit. Now the question is, how the hell are we supposed to get to these fuel cells that are supposedly around here? What a mystery. What a mystery.
Wait up, Fox!
Well, it's not like we are going anywhere anytime soon. Now, anyway, what we're going to need to utilize this cannon for is pretty simple here. I say as I completely mess up the first few shots, but yeah, we need to use the cannon to blast open that wall right there in order to get to a secret. And we're going to need to blast this rock wide open. And I think after you hit it once, then you don't need to worry about hitting it again. Yeah. Okay, looks like it's done. We don't need to utilize this cannon anymore. Actually, I'm wrong. Just need to fire it one more time and hopefully hit our target. Okay, just before that one. There we go. Alright, time to put you on ice. Now, I do know that the fuel cell indicator is going off around here, and trust me, I'm going to get those dang fuel cells that are around there. But before I do, I want to see, I want to take care of this, cheat token. Like I said, this is entirely hidden, and, not like you're going to be over here very often, or really at all.
Throw me 20 scarabs, and I'll give you a cheat token.
There we go. And I believe that's going to be the very last one that we're going to need to turn in. Then again, I could be wrong. There we go. Alright, before we continue, I want to check the achievement list on the Retro Achievements, which I do have it pulled up on my phone. So, I'll be able to get an exact list of what achievements I have left. So, let's see. Okay, so, looks like we're still missing a cheat token or two. I'm not sure why I closed that like an idiot. Oh well, it's fine. Yeah, I'll keep the phone right there. That'll be fine. I could have swore I got all the cheat tokens. Maybe I am missing something and I just haven't realized it yet. How peculiar. You know, now that I think about it, maybe I should try looking over here where the Cloud Runner was being held prisoner. Doesn't look like anything's here. That's unfortunate. But seriously though, where the hell are these fuel cells? Why is it that the thing is going off here, and yet nothing is appearing? This is quite the million-dollar mystery, I'll tell you that much right now. I really would hate to have to play through the entire game again just to get the last of the cheat tokens I might have missed. I have an idea. I have a potential idea as to why these fuel cells are not spawning yet. Maybe it's because I haven't gotten this secret that's over here. And this secret, I believe, is the final staff upgrade. More or less, we'll be able to hold more mana. At least I think that's how it works. Again, I'm pretty sure this secret is entirely optional and you can miss it. Nice, I love that achievement name. To go even further beyond. There we go, staff energy meter upgrade. Increase the maximum amount of magic gems we can carry. Bada bing, bada boom. We are done. Yep, fully maxed out. 85% complete. Nice. I'm kind of surprised at how much progress we've made throughout the course of this session. Kind of crazy. No, really? Okay. Let's keep moving. I'm going to take a look at the map here. Maybe there's something I'm missing when it comes to this map. I mean, according to the fuel cell indicator, it is somewhere, like, right around here. That's where the last of the fuel cells should be, but for some reason they're not showing up. And again, it appears that we're either right below it or right on top of it. It is quite strange. It is a very, very strange location for these fuel cells, wherever they may be. And unfortunately, as far as I know, the cannon can't turn around far enough to target this area. Maybe there's some sort of secret around here that I missed? It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you would think maybe there's like some sort of underground explosive or something I might have not seen. Then again, now that I'm really thinking about it, maybe it is directly above me and it's in the room above. What's kind of funny is that we were in that room earlier on in the game where we had to deal with the gas trap puzzle. Maybe now is where I'll be able to find what I'm looking for. And yes, indeed, that is the case. There we go. That's 2 more fuel cells added to the collection. And we only have 2 left, according to the achievement tracker. Again, what cheat well did I miss? As far as I know, there was no cheat well to speak of on any of the planets or areas outside of Dinosaur Planet. I know I got the one on the Volcano Force Point Temple, I got that. I just got the one outside the Ocean Force Point Temple. So what could I be missing? Alright. I'm going to take another look at the achievement list and see where can I look. Okay. Got the one in the Thorntail store. It's in the cave during the first part of Ice Mountain. Got that. At the end of the river, Snowhorn Waste. Got that. At the end of Moon Mountain Pass. Got that. Chase baby Lightfoots from underground in the Lightfoot Village. Got that one too. Shoot open a rock wall with a cannon and Cape Claw. Got that one. Row Moon Seed right outside the Volcano Force Point Temple. Got that one. And the next one, okay, it's just after the electric floor in the Ocean Force Point Temple. Okay, cool. We're good. So the next and the final cheat token is going to be coming up soon. And it's also home to one of the other diabolical achievements here, or as a part of this set, which is we're going to be dealing with another repeat puzzle, and this one is going to be a lot harder as opposed to the last one. So, if you're wondering exactly what I'm talking about, you'll see what I mean soon enough. Alright, time to head inside one last time. And of course, the last 2 fuel cells should be collectible during this trip into the Ocean Force Point Temple. Alright. Hey, Tricky, little help over here? Alright, let's see here.
Stay.
Let's try this pattern. Alright, is this the one? Yes. Okay. That's number 1. What's number 2? I think it is this one? Yes. Alright, number 2. Number 3 should be this end right here? Yes. Number 4 should be right over here. Or number 5 is going to be, I believe, this one? Okay. Okay, number 7. That scared the shit out of me. Well, that was unfortunate.
Stay.
But this looks to be an easier pattern. Alright. I think I'm reading this right. Yep. Okay, back this way. I think this one right here. There we go. Second try. I'll take it. What I'm trying to do. Nice pose! That was funny. Alright. Now, I believe the final cheat token is right in here. Also, Fox's feet are clipping through the floor. What's up with that? Okay, I got more than enough scarabs to get this.
Throw me 20 scarabs, and I'll give you a cheat token.
Excellent. Gimme. Thank you. And there we go. Final one. Achievement unlocked. So you want to cheat? Now, unfortunately, when it comes to the cheats of which this game has to offer, hello, Monster Boy. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. How are you doing today, my good sir? Hope you're doing well. Anywho, getting back to the whole cheat thing. The only sort of cheats you can unlock are mainly cosmetic cheats that don't really affect the gameplay at all. So, in other words, you can't find a cheat token that gives you infinite mana or infinite health or anything like that, which is kinda dumb. But, alas, it is what it is. Now, I believe we can just proceed onward the same way we did before. Whew. Anywho, if you couldn't tell, you're just in time for like the main fun part of the Ocean Force Point Temple. And we're getting ready to drop off the final spell stone of the game. Alright. And here is where we'll also find not only the last 2 remaining fuel cells in the game, but also a very diabolical achievement, according to Retro Achievements. Ooh, excuse me. It was like one of them slow rolling burps that was like silent, sort of. But yeah, as you can see, the last 2 fuel cells are right up there. But how we're going to get up there, that is anyone's guess. I'm pretty certain we're going to need to raise the water level somehow. Oh my god, can you not climb this? Thank you. I guess you can only climb over certain parts of it, which that makes sense, I guess. Still, though, kind of annoying. Oh. This is how you get up there. Whee! Well, that was easy. And there we go! That's all the fuel cells in the game! At least all the ones on the field. Sure, you could buy more at the shop, but really, there's no point. There's no point in doing that because you don't need fuel cells anymore. Once you reach Dragon Rock, that's it. Fuel cells are worthless. And yeah, that's another one of the missable achievements gotten, which is excellent to see. But like I said, for whatever reason, that particular set of fuel cells you can't get until your second trip here. Why that is, I'm not certain. Even so, still annoying. Okay, I can't push the block that way. So I guess we only have one direction. Okay, I'll stop. Alright. Before we continue, of course I'm going to save the game, just so I can save those fuel cells to my counter. Boom, baby. Alright, I'm going to need that, that's for sure. Kind of strange how this whole Sharp Claw disguise thing really is underutilized. Like, you don't get to use it very much, like outside of its initial use within Cloud Runner Fortress. Thanks, Tricky. Thanks for pushing me back a little bit. I really appreciate that. Okay, here we are. So you remember that one puzzle where we had to spin the thing around and put out the flames? Well, we're going to be doing that again. But in order to get this achievement, what we need to do is complete the puzzle within 1 minute. Which is definitely going to be easier said than done. And if you happen to mess up on this achievement, or if you run out of time, let the timer run out. Alright, let's do it. Let's give this a try. Time to lock in, boys and girls. This is going to be a tough one. Okay, got it. Got that one. Okay, that was not good. I missed. Alright, that's fine. We can just wait. Okay, I'm kind of surprised I managed to get that one. Ah, dang it. The achievement's gone. Well, that sucks. That's alright. We can just reload and try again. Or you can also let the timer run out, too. That's another thing you could do. This is a very, very annoying achievement. And thankfully, you don't need to button mash like mad or anything like that. No. All you really have to do is just, persevere. It just takes quite a bit of time in order to get that particular achievement done. And from what I've read, there is a peculiar strategy that you do need to utilize if you want to get it done. Honestly, I really don't like this achievement at all. If you couldn't tell already, doing this within 1 minute is very difficult, but it is possible. And there is a strategy. As far as what that strategy is, why don't we go ahead and take a quick look at it. Let's see. Rainbow Flames. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that this achievement is horrible, which it is. Okay, let's see. Okay, once you get the red one or green one first, then remember to shoot a little sooner each time. Okay. Okay, let's take a look here. Shoot the blue one first, and okay. Okay, so what I've read here is I didn't really need to save and quit. If you happen to run out of time, you can just flip the switch again to reset the timer and bring the achievement back. In other words, get another shot. Okay, let's see. Ran to the left corner, shoot the red switch as the red flame was moving past the green switch. Ran to middle. Okay, so... Okay, this is gonna be kind of tricky. And no, I'm not trying to make a pun. Just stating a fact. Here we go. Attempt number 2. Okay. I'm gonna head over here first. Okay, this one is the red one. How did that miss? Okay, that one should get the red flame. It did not. That's unfortunate. Okay. Well, this has gone completely south. I really wish this part of the room wasn't flooded. That would definitely make things a hell of a lot easier. Okay, so apparently it just resets the puzzle. Interesting. Alright, note to self. We're gonna need to reset this thing again. Because not having full magic here is a bit of a pain in the behind. And no, saving and quitting is not faster. Alright. Here we go again. Another thing worth mentioning too is according to the comments section of this achievement, the flames aren't in the same spot every time. So you can't really develop a quote-unquote strategy. Okay, that should get the blue one. It did not. Oh yes, it did. Okay, cool. Cool. Next. Okay, that's the green one. Okay, I think I'm going to start making my way over here. And it looks like this is another failure. Dang it. Alright. Well, that sucked. Alright. We'll give it another try. I am thankful that you can just reset the puzzle and then try again. Just hate the fact that you have to climb up here to get the plant each time, but alas, it is what it is. And again, I don't see the achievement popping up. Maybe it pops up again after the cutscene? It does. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. Alright, that should get the blue one. It did not get the blue one. Alright. Guess we're going to reset again. I just love being fooled by that half-rotation revolution shit. So much fun! Alright, let's give it another try. Again, I am thankful that you can reset this achievement, more or less, just by going back to the Switch and hitting it again. I just hate the fact that you have to watch the cutscene once more. Of course that... Okay, it got it. Good. Okay, that should knock out that flame. Did. Good. That missed. Of course it did. Gosh dang it. Alright, I'm going to start making my way back this way. I got it. Well, that's a reset. Dang it. Oh well. Well, at least we got close this time, so... It is what it is. I just hate the fact that they're so strict when it comes to the time limit. Doing it within 1 minute? That's kind of rough. If I want to give feedback to this achievement, try changing it so it doesn't take a full minute to do this. Maybe make it 1:30 or 2 minutes. Okay? 2 minutes, I think, would be more than enough. Then again, maybe that would make the achievement too easy, but still. Just saying. Okay, that was bad. Again, the problem is that the flames aren't in the same place upon resetting the puzzle every time, which is really dumb. That should be fine. Go ahead and put that out. I got that. Okay, that's that one. On to the next. That failed. I think it was because I fired too soon when it came to that one. Okay. Yep. That is a fail. Unfortunate. Another problem, too, is that it takes the statues quite a while in order for them to bend over and expel their water. If I have to guess of how long it takes for them to do that, I'm going to say roughly 5 seconds. Alright, let's go again. Thankfully, this particular achievement is nowhere near as bad as the Dracor one, in my opinion. Yeah, I did that one too soon, dang it. The problem is the frickin' aiming, too. That also doesn't help. It's so jittery and so sensitive. So quick to snap back to center. It's not even funny. Alright, let's give it another try. Once more with feeling. What a feeling. I forgot how the rest of the song goes. It missed. It frickin' missed. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I guess I fired a bit too soon for that one, so that's probably why. That's probably why that happened. Also, the blue flame is not in the correct orientation, so we're gonna have to reset this again. Just so it can pop back up again. There we go. Okay, that got that. Okay, got the water on there. Now for the last two. Well, that sucked. Oh well. Whew, man. I hate this puzzle. And I hate the fact that the time limit for the achievement is so frickin' strict. I'm going to try aiming for the yellow and green ones next. There we go. That's more like it. Now we need to head over and get ready for the red one. Come on, pour, pour, pour. Yes! Got it! Whew, that took a while, but at least the deed is finally done. Man, that took forever, but hey, we got the achievement finally. Haha! I love seeing that, that's for sure. Whew, that was something, I'll tell you that right now. Come on, climb please. Thank you. Now then. Now that that missable achievement has finally been collected, now we can proceed onward for the rest of the temple. At least I think I can. Just to be sure, I'm going to go ahead and save once more with feeling. And we're going to go back here, refresh the page, and take a look and see what we got left. Yep. Okay. Yep, looks like for the achievement list, there's only like 5 achievements left to get. Alright, let's keep moving along now, shall we? Now, in order to complete this next block pushing puzzle, this requires a little bit of effort. Now, where to start? I'm going to say this way. This will be a good first direction.
Where are we going?
To Agrabah! That's where we're going, Tricky. Why are we going to Agrabah? Because there's a party there in Agrabah. Okay. I'll stop now. All done. I win! I win! I win! Yeah! Nice. Okay. Cool. And that's everything we need to worry about in terms of the Ocean Force Point Temple. We got everything that we needed. So now, we can just boogie on out after we drop off the last spell stone. And bada binga, bada booma, we are out. We are out like a light. Okay, not quite done yet. All done. Oh man, this has been one productive session, I'll tell you that much right now. I'm really happy with the progress that we've made throughout the day, and that truly is incredible, at least in my opinion.
Wait for me!
Alright, time to turn in the final spell stone. Mission complete! Sweet. Hell yeah. Ooh, pretty hologram. How is it being projected right now? Looks like the planet is starting to come back together. Although...
Yeah! We did it, Fox! Guys, are you seeing this? Mission complete! What's going on?
Wait, what?
We've placed all the spell stones.
There must be more to it, Fox. Since you left Walled City, I've been studying your mission, and I've noticed there's something hidden at the top of that huge temple. It looks like a Krazoa shrine entrance.
Oh yeah, I could have told you that.
Oh, come on. Let's get back to the hollow.
Makes you wonder, why didn't Tricky say something sooner?
Dude!
food! Okay, that's pretty funny, not gonna lie. Oh well, it is what it is. Hey Fox, check out Peppy's Dinosaur Planet map to see where to head to next.
Come back when you need me. Slippy, over and out.
Yeah, I kind of figured out where I need to go, Slippy, my boy. So that was not exactly the most helpful advice out there. But even so, I'm just saying. It was definitely something, I'll tell you that much right now. You know, if I'm playing my cards right, and we're only just a little over 4 hours into today's session, I might be able to finish the game today. Maybe. Keyword is maybe. Maybe, baby. Who knows? Who knows? Only one real way to find out. Now then, if you couldn't tell, or if you weren't paying attention to the dialogue, our next destination is Thorntail Hollow. At that point, we'll be able to figure out where we need to go to from there. Although, considering that Tricky mentioned, or more or less, Peppy mentioned that there's a secret within the walled city, it looks like we're going to be heading back there. In other words, that's the only quote-unquote dungeon that we actually return to. Out of all the dungeons in the game, it's that one. Why not Dragon Rock? Why can't we go back there too? Why isn't there more to that particular dungeon than what we've already explored? I just do not understand. Who knows? Who knows what the reason is, but either way, before we head off to the walled city, I will be making one more trip to the maze. That way I can drop off the last 2 tokens. Then after I do that, then that'll take care of the cheat token achievements. And I'll also take a look and see what cheats we have available. Guess we'll find out exactly what it is soon enough. For now, though, we got quite the trek all the way back to Thorntail Hollow. I really hate the fact that we have to walk all the way back there on foot. But thankfully, it doesn't take very long to do that. Like, it takes a few minutes, don't get me wrong, but still. Not the longest trip in the world. If you want to know how long exactly this takes, I'm going to say roughly 5 minutes if you plan your route optimally, maybe. Of course, if you're air swimming, then you can get there a hell of a lot faster. But even so, I'm not a speedrunner of this game. I don't know how to air swim. I don't know where you can do it, other than Thorntail Hollow. I never tried to air swim myself, and even then, I don't want to try doing that. Because there's a pretty good chance I will get soft-locked. Just saying. Now then, off we go.
Fox, something is not right. The walled city has not yet returned to the planet. My husband is still stuck up there. You did return all of the spell stones.
Of course, but wait, the spirits. They must have something to do with it.
You're right. Without all the spirits, the magic cannot be channeled back into the planet.
Your boss said to return to the walled city. There must be a shrine we've yet to find.
Very true. And that is going to be our next destination after we take care of our business in the well, or in the game well. And I'm going to mention this right now. At this point, once you start heading off to the walled city, once you start making your way there, that is going to be a point of no return. And the reason why is that after you collect the 5th Krazoa Spirit, you cannot return to the main part of Dinosaur Planet at all. So, if you happen to have a few last minute things you need to take care of them before you head off to the walled city and collect the 5th Krazoa Spirit. Because once you do, there's no returning here. Sure, you can go to the walled city and decide to come back without picking up the Krazoa Spirit, But if you do that, then, well, you will be able to take care of some unfinished business, yes, but you won't be able to progress much further. Not until you collect the 5th Krazoa Spirit, and once you do that, that is when endgame officially begins. It's not that way. You need to go this way now. Okay, that's not the way. Just took a wrong turn by Albuquerque. And here we are. Time to drop off the cheat tokens. Number 1. Which is, the will looks into your future. There is sorrow ahead. A close friend does not have much time left. It will be hard to accept, but you will grow. I wonder what that means. That's rather peculiar. Well, anyway. There we go. Final cheat token. Cheat activated. Sweet. It is done. Another achievement added to the collection. Hell yeah, I like to see that a lot. Now, before we head off to the walled city, I am of course going to go ahead and save my progress and see what cheats we have successfully unlocked. Still, that one particular fortune cheat of a close friend of ours getting ready to, or who doesn't have much time left. That is rather peculiar. I wonder if this is supposed to reference Star Fox Assault. Then again, maybe not. I have no clue. Either way, it's still rather interesting to see that. Alright, let's see what cheats we have. Now, I know we went ahead and unlocked the dinosaur cheat. What this does, I think I might have mentioned this in the last session, but it will change the subtitles to Dino Talk, but it will not change the voice language to that. As for audio, we have the sound test. And for here, the options, we have the ability to display the credits, and we have graphics mode. We have normal, and we can change like the sepia. So in other words, we can change the look of the game to make it look a little more cinematic, I guess. But honestly, it's not really that much of a reward. I wish they gave you a few more options alongside that, but alas, it is what it is. And like I said, at this point now, we are at 88% of the complete with the game, and once you get the 5th Krazoa Spirit, there is no coming back here. So whatever business you have left to do, take care of it now. Take care of it while you're here on Dinosaur Planet's surface. So be sure to keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and save the game one more time, and I'm going to check the achievement list one last time as well, just to be absolutely certain that I have nothing else to worry about here. Yep, just 3 more achievements left to get. One is tied to progression, one is for completing the game, and the last one is another challenge achievement during the final boss. So, in other words, yeah, we basically are all but done and ready for the end game. So, let's return to orbit and get ready to return to the walled city. Thankfully, when you do need to return to the walled city, at the very least, you don't need to worry about consuming any more fuel cells, because that is not a thing anymore. Off we go! Time to head back to the walled city, and yeah, the challenge for walled city of collecting a certain number of gold rings remains the same.
Hurry, Fox! There must be another Krazoa shrine hidden within the walled city. When you land, go directly to the King Earthwalker. He should be able to tell you where to start looking. Peppy out!
Thanks, Pep. Let's go! So yeah, the challenge is not adjusted for your second trip here. It's still 7 gold rings in order to in order to lower the Gatekeeper's force field and land. And funny enough, this is the only time you get to return to a dungeon and explore it again. Why that is, I don't know. Thankfully, if you've gotten the achievement for getting all 10 gold rings for this, you don't need to worry about collecting it again. Unless, of course, you're doing Encore mode and you're just doing it for fun. And also, you don't need to worry about doing any sort of strange damageless achievements or anything like that. You just need to focus on getting through it alive. And again, you don't need to get all 10 gold rings. You just need to get the bare minimum of 7. And we're done. See? No problem. Also, one more thing worth mentioning here is if you're still working on getting the trophy or achievement for changing Tricky's color palette to that of his original Dinosaur Planet counterpart, this is your last chance. Your last chance to get that achievement. Get it done now. Otherwise, you won't be able to do it at all. Because once you get the 5th Krazoa Spirit and you leave, there's no coming back here.
The Earthwalker you saved was a great friend. Thank you, Fox.
You're welcome. You can thank me further by moving your lips when you're talking to me. Thanks.
Soon our tribe can return to the city.
That's awesome.
Prince Tricky has made us truly proud.
Didn't know you had extra dialogue.
Soon our tribe can return to the city.
I wonder if the other guy also has some dialogue. He probably does.
Scales' forces are weakening. It's time to reclaim our planet.
And we most certainly will.
The Earthwalker you saved was a great friend. Thank you, Fox.
Man, I am getting hungry. I mean, it is after 4, and we have been streaming for a little over 4 hours now, but we don't have too much left of this game.
On behalf of Dinosaur Planet, I thank you for returning the Spellstones to their rightful place.
For what good it did? If you didn't notice, you're still stuck up here in this floating rock.
By removing the Spellstones, Scales caused our planet to tear apart. Returning the stones has stopped the flow of magic energy, but only by the power of the Krazoa Spirits will the floating lands return.
Seems like we both have our reasons for finding the last of the spirits. The Queen said I could find one here in the city. So where is it?
The spirit will be revealed once both the Sun and Moonstones are returned to the temple.
Okay, sounds simple enough.
The spirit will be revealed once both the Sun and Moonstones are... The spirit will be revealed once both the Sun and Moonstones are returned to the temple.
Yeah, kind of knew that already, thanks. I wasn't sure if that guy had any additional dialogue, like the rest of these guys do.
Where the walls fade, time is your only enemy.
Okay, thank you for the info.
Study the blocks carefully. Remember, the sun and moon should never meet.
Oh, I beg to differ.
The answer to opening the temple may seem distant, but viewed through the right eyes, it may be closer than you think.
Interesting.
The passing of the day holds the answer to your final challenge. Where the walls fade, time is your only enemy.
So in other words, if you want to know exactly what you need to do in order to pass these tests here within the Sun and Moon temples, if it wasn't obvious, you could talk to the Earthwalkers to see what they have to say. And they do offer some pretty solid advice, so if this is your first time playing through the game, definitely give them a good talking to. Well, that sucked. Alrighty then. Let's see. Maybe the answer isn't so obvious. Okay. By the way, if you couldn't tell, when the one Earthwalker was saying the sun and moon should never meet, he's referring clearly to the puzzle which we'll be doing here in the Earth, or within this particular place. And funny enough, speaking of this place, this was originally I think this was supposed to be a much larger location. But again, due to a rushed development cycle, it had to be scaled back considerably. And no, I'm not trying to make a pun, I'm just stating the fact. Also, apparently you can choose to push these blocks again if you want, but there's not much of a point in doing so. Okay, maybe you can't. I'm crazy. Alright. If you couldn't tell, if you happen to push one of these blocks into the wall, then the puzzle resets back to square one. So be sure to keep that in mind. And solving this puzzle is kind of a pain in the behind. There is a clear solution somewhere here, but in terms about what it is, I cannot remember it off the top of my head. So this is going to take some serious experimenting before we're able to get things done. Okay, that's clearly not the way to go. If I can just get this block to stop right here, that would be great. But unfortunately, as far as I know, I can't do that. One thing worth mentioning when it comes to the block pushing puzzle is that they do work on a grid. So if you need to figure out where exactly you need to push these blocks to, you could look at the grid and figure it out from there. And if you feel like you messed up, just intentionally push one of the blocks to the wall and reset the puzzle again. Also, there is no stopping pushing these blocks partway through. The only way you can do that is if it hits another block. Okay. Let's see. What if I pushed you this way? You over here. Activate that. Then, let's see. I think I'm cooking. Maybe. I can never remember the exact solution to this puzzle. Even as a kid, I think this took me a while to figure out. And even after 20-some years, this has not gotten any easier. Let's see. Yeah, that clearly did not work. Okay, let's keep moving along and we'll try again as many times as it takes. Let's see. Again, it seems like the solution should be pretty simple. Now that I'm really thinking about it, maybe that one Earthwalker who was guarding this place, maybe he has some sort of clue that I wasn't paying attention to.
Study the blocks carefully. Remember, the sun and moon should never meet.
Okay, I know that much.
The answer to opening the temple may seem distant, but viewed through the right eyes, it may be closer than you think.
Okay, thank you.
The Passing of the day holds the answer to your final challenge.
Passing of the day, eh? Anything else?
Where the walls fade, time is your only enemy.
I wonder what that means. When the walls fade. I don't know if he's referring to the inside part of the temple or what. Not 100% certain, but we'll figure it out one way or another. Okay, I can't push this block this way or this way. That's clearly not the right direction. I probably picked the harder of the two areas to start with. Figures. Am I right? I could also possibly look up a solution as well. But I want to try to figure this out on my own. I did it as a kid, and I sure as hell can do it as an adult. Let's see. So if this is pushed here and it goes over here. That's one push short. Dang it. I wish I could push one of these already active blocks again. But unfortunately, I can't. Once they're set in place, then that's it. They can't be moved again unless you reset the puzzle. Man, this is tricky. This is a very, very tricky puzzle. No, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just stating the fact. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to try pushing you there. Then we're going to push you here. And... okay, that ain't going to work. Because even if I were to push this over here, that ain't going to be much better. Yeah, dang it. Alright, let's give this another go. Man, why does this have to be such a pain? I mean, it doesn't sound like it's that hard, but again, the solution is just rather complex from what I'm able to decipher. Anyone got any ideas? Because I'm most certainly open to them. Again, can't push it that way. Can only push it this way. And that'll hit the wall, so I'm screwed. Okay. Why don't we try this? Push you there, then we'll push you here. Then after that, we will push you this way. And there we go, we solved the puzzle. Hooray! We finally did it! That took a lot longer than it should have, but hey, at least that puzzle is finally done. Sorry I took so long, Tricky. Sometimes these things happen. Also, this is the only time in the entire game which you must use the high-def scope. Because looking through here, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do this. If you couldn't tell what you had to do, you have to pull out the high-def scope and zoom in as far as you can possibly look. Like as far forward as possible, until Fox becomes blind. Then and only then will the temple finally open up. Let's see what we gotta do. Okay, that wasn't too hard. It just took a little bit of trial and error, but really not too bad. Alright. Now this next part, if you couldn't tell what we need to do here is we need to navigate through an invisible maze. And we need to do so within the time limit. Now, if you want a good way of figuring out where you need to go exactly, one way you can go about doing so is just trying to rub up against the wall, but that will only get you so far before the door unfortunately closes on you. Whew. Made it at the very last second. Quite literally. Holy crap. And there we go. That should take care of that. Now, one last thing we gotta do. And that is to blast a few pieces or a few parts of the wall. Which, according to this, we need to complete the moon cycle. So first is the quarter moon, then half a moon, then full moon. That's not a full cycle. What's up with that? By the way, I think if you hit the moon in the wrong order, then the puzzle resets. And by the way, if you do happen to run out of magic energy, there is a plant nearby which you can use to refill your magic. So there you go. There we go. First stone collected. Moonstone. Place it underneath the temple to reveal the Krazoa Shrine. And that's the first of two, by the way. We still have one more to get, and that, I believe, is the Sunstone. And if you're wondering why I jumped off to the cliff there into Oblivion, I wanted to see if that would warp me back outside, but unfortunately it doesn't. I don't know why. But, no big deal. So what? So what if we happen to perish a little bit? It's not the first time. We perished plenty of times throughout our adventure. I mean, remember the Dracor fight? Yeah, that was definitely fun. And when I say that, I mean that in the most sarcastic way possible. You know what I mean? Ugh, it was rough, but hey, at least the deed is done there. So that's awesome.
Where the walls fade, time is your only enemy.
And here I thought you had some extra dialogue, but no. Guess not. Maybe the other guy who's guarding the Sun Temple will be like, hey, I got something to say, so listen to me for a few minutes, okay? Thanks. You the best. All around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down.
Your goal may seem close, but the answer is not always so clear.
True. Very true.
Study the blocks carefully. Remember, the sun and moon should never meet.
Thank you for the advice. I already knew this.
The answer to opening the temple may seem distant, but viewed through the right eyes, it may be closer than you think.
I already knew that. Thank you.
Passing of the day holds the answer to your final challenge.
Anything else?
Your goal may seem close, but the answer is not always so clear.
Hey then, that answers that question. Oh, dang. Well, now we have ourselves the sun variant of that particular puzzle, and of course it's gonna be even more complex. So this is gonna be fun. Now then, let's see what we need to do. The answer may not seem so clear, but one thing's for certain, we do need to have one block right here. That way we can push a block over here. Thankfully, when it comes to doing these puzzles, you're not under any sort of time limit or anything like that, so there's no need to worry. Okay, I just got an idea. And no, we're not leaving. Here we go. Boom, baby. And done.
That was easy.
Much easier than the last one, that's for sure. Whew. Now, if I recall correctly, I believe the challenge within the Sun Temple, it is battle-oriented. But getting inside of the Sun Temple it's the same method as the Moon Temple. So be sure to keep that in mind. Of course, I'm talking in the mind of a filthy casual. Speedrunners just glitch their way inside. Of course, they have to do so carefully, otherwise they will become soft-locked. Bye! Jerk. Alright. Now, as you can see, what needs to be done here, we have a few blocks we need to mess around with. However, they can only go in so far, because as you can see, each of them have a corresponding symbol associated with them. And I believe this one is for the moon. Can I push this? Or yeah, there we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Again, I'm kind of surprised that the Sun Temple's puzzle is a lot easier than that of the Moon Temple. What's up with that? I mean, I'm not complaining. I had to really work my brain into maximum overdrive in order to figure out the solution. And it took quite a while, even as an adult. Just saying. There we go. Okay, now for this one. If you couldn't tell, I think we're going to have to navigate through yet another maze. Pretty sure going to be needing this. If you're wondering why is it that I haven't started the challenge yet, well, I just wanted to take a quick look around to see what I had to do. Alright, let's do this. For this challenge, we have 1 minute and 20 seconds to get it done. And also, there's no escape from here, not unless you run out of time or health. Also, if you couldn't tell, invisible walls are blocking our path. And in order to progress through each part, you do need to hit their corresponding switches in order to lower those invisible walls. Come on, Tricky, burn the thingy, please. Screw it. Flip it. Go. And somehow I did not take damage. I'll take it. All done. I think I had like 43 seconds left on the clock. That's pretty nuts. Also, I'm pretty sure this is going to be like the last instance we'll be using the portal device in the entire game. Alright. Now for this one, I think what we need to do is... First we need to hit the one on the right. Then the one on the far left. Okay, that's not right. Also, I figured out where that sound effect came from. It's actually from Donkey Kong 64. Well, this was originally supposed to be a Nintendo 64 game, so that would make sense that Rare would reuse that particular sound effect. That was their previous project before starting Star Fox Adventures, or Dinosaur Planet. So, that's pretty neat. The reason why I couldn't figure it out the last time, I'm not sure. I guess, even though it sounded familiar, it just wasn't coming to me at that very moment. Okay, that was wrong. Incorrect. So it's left, middle, right. Should have figured that out, but it happens. Thankfully, it doesn't take a whole lot of trial and error to figure out the solution to the puzzle. It's just lining yourself up with the damn aiming cursor and having enough mana to take care of this thing. All done. Nice. Through the fire and the flames, we will carry on. And there we go. Sunstone is ours. Now then. Now that we have both the Sun and Moonstone in hand, it's time to return to the center point of the temple, drop them off, and take on the next Krazoa Shrine. I can't believe we're about 5 hours into today's session. Kind of crazy. But we are very, very close to the end, and, you know, I may try to go for the end right now. Maybe. Then again, maybe it would be a better idea to hold off until the next session. Just because the last few challenges that we have for the end game is going to be rather interesting. So yes, I think what I'm going to do is once I place these stones into the center part of the temple, I will go ahead and call it a session. Just because I figured the next session would be a perfect time to wrap things up when it comes to this game. In terms of what I'm going to be doing next, like what is my next stream playthrough going to be, I have an idea. And it is something I'm really thinking about here. But I'm not 100% certain on that just yet. But in terms of what I'm thinking about doing next, I am thinking about doing Sonic Heroes as the next stream playthrough that I do. The reason why is because A, it has a set for retro achievements, B, I never truly 100%ed the game before, and C, it might be a nice change of pace, and yeah, it's just an idea I have cooking in my head. And it was one of the 3 games I put up a poll for not that long ago, and it was a game that held second place for the polls altogether. So, yeah, like I said, we're going to go ahead and end things for today. This is General Snivy with more Star Fox Adventures with retro achievements. Thank you all so much for watching, and if you were able to attend the live stream live, thank you for attending. And if you enjoyed today's stream, please remember to leave a like and consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. And if you want to go a step further, then consider becoming either a YouTube channel member or a Twitch subscriber. You'll not only gain access to some cool looking emotes to use on their corresponding sites, but you'll also gain some benefits as well when it comes to the YouTube side of things. And you'll be able to read more about what those particular perks are when you are getting ready to become a YouTube channel member. Either way, still something to consider. Anywho, next session will most likely be the very last one where we'll finally be able to master this game, and this will be our very first mastery on retro achievements. So yeah, the next session is more than likely going to be the final one for Star Fox Adventures. It's going to be great, and I hope you're all looking forward to it. And if you happen to miss any of the previous sessions, take a look at the end screen to check out the playlist of what sessions are available. And don't be afraid to watch the series from the very beginning. I'll also include a link to the playlist within the description as well on YouTube. So again, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you all next time. Alright, before we call it a day, I'm first going to stop the current emulation and see if anyone is live on the purple site. Okay, probably not like that. Let's check the other one. Yes, it looks like a couple people are live, and it doesn't appear to be anyone here. Alright, we're ending the stream. Thanks for watching. See you all later.